Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today is June the 13th, 2024 on the ancient moon calendar, 2025 on the ancient sun calendar, 10,066 on the ancient Yoruba calendar, and 5784 on the Hebrew Israelite calendar. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity and in alignment and accordance with the ancient Noahide laws as stated by this Holy Congress. This is a sovereign living ancient Article 3 Moorish American Al-Moroccan Universal Court action. We are the divine sovereign living justices and Eggleston Pauline Denise Ritchie. My free chosen sovereign appellation is Light Tajiri Bay. All are in capitis diminutio nolo in red ink, in proprio persona sui juris, in proprio solo and in proprio heredes. We are capit et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal natural head and body for our empire. All Moors are the original indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Shemites, Israelites, Cushites, and Hittites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves. For we are the people who are the original indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient empire state for Morocco. We're the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We are ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the Earthwide Article 3 Moorish American Consular Court. Today we are being the law by our sovereign status, which is the original indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient Article 3 living United States District for Columbia Court. And we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, trustees, divine ministers, possessors, grantors, grantors, and titled trustors for all causes for action. We are peace. We are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our sovereign divine ascension. We do possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the true living God nations, are not at war. We are at peace, and we are peace, and we exercise and demonstrate all eternal, ancient, original sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time, non-pro-tunc. Justice Gregory, the answer to the question is yes, it's on. So I will to share the screen so that we can have our divine discussions. Okay. So for those who will to declare your nationality, we will to make it as easy and convenient as possible for you to do so. We're going to put a link in the chat, and this link will also be under this video on Light Tajiri Bay channel on YouTube, so that anyone who wills to declare their nationality and at least get the first 6 documents on the public record can do so. Nationality is what all of this is about from the very beginning, because it is by blood and by birth that any of these other things even matter. So when you're talking about real money, you're talking about gold and silver, you're talking about inheritance, land, property, benefits, being the executor and the trustor and the makers and creators for law, that is indeed specific. And when we say specific, we're talking about by species. So with that being stated, the numbers here on the screen are the numbers of the documents, of the first 6 documents that we highly, highly encourage everyone to place on the public record. And with regard to your nationality, those documents are specific to those of the ancient bloodline and birthright, and it doesn't matter whether you call yourselves Cherokee or Washita or, all of whom we honor, all of these nations and ancient tribes and ancient bloodlines and birthrights. These documents are what we encourage everyone to place on the public record, and that's just for starters. Governing and government is done in writing. It's done by other measures as well, but the word being written and affirmed by the sovereigns is most important. Whether your word be spoken, written, or thought or uttered, those words. In the beginning was the Word was with the Lord's for this land, and the Word is the Lord's for this land. And so we encourage you, speak with us. Let's all speak together as one. All sovereign, all gods, all lords, all governors, we are the all. We are all law manifested in the flesh, Islam. So just some random knowledge. We've been stating that what we're dealing with, and it's not even dealing with, our inheritance is measured out in an orderly manner, or meted out in an orderly manner by way of our ancient system. And so today I was assisting some Moors with some restating of internal revenue documents. And at the bottom of one of the forms that we were restating, it said something about CP 54 or 59. That was the name of the document, the form rather. It was a CP 59. And again, we don't use abbreviations. We don't use acronyms. We say what we mean, and we mean what we say. And when we looked to see, okay, what does the CP stand for so that we can spell it all the way out, we found that this process, again, it's a system. CP stands for computer paragraph. That means a computer was writing things. It's a system. And so we've been talking about the system because all systems belong to us when properly proclaimed. And it says right here, it refers to computer-generated internal and external notices, of which all of them are, by the way. And that is precisely why anytime something is sent across the mailings to, and it's all of them are addressed to corpses from the previous era, there's no signature on it. They don't have raised or embossed seals. They don't have any proof that a human, a living being, did any of that. And that is where we have what is called the upper hand. And for that, we are so grateful, because if it's one thing we know, it is systems. We know systems. As Moors, we know systems. Islam. So all of those forms that come across, you're not even speaking to, quote unquote, a person. It's a system. And that is why it's not necessary to pick up the phone and call anyone. What you do is, instead of doing that, rebut everything in writing. restate everything, rebut everything, and use our courts to do it. Each and every one of us is the court. So at this time, we will unlock the Congress so that those who will to come in can come in. And we will put the meeting, shortly thereafter, we'll put the meeting in sovereign discussion mode. So while we are waiting, and we're not waiting, we're going to continue on. There's another little bit of random information that we will to place on the record. A love apple. Did you all know that a tomato was previously called a love apple by us, by the Moors? And we called it a love apple because of the taste and the nutritional value for tomatoes. And we saw this and thought we would put this on the record. The word love itself is pronounced amor. So we are also love manifested in the flesh. When we're being ourselves, some people think that the word more means black. It means what we say it means. For those who think that the word more means black, it means black for you, not for us. It means love for us. And that's in whatever language you use, French, Latin, Spanish, any of the other languages. Ancient English, the word more has so many different meanings. It's also a connection to the land. It's a part of the land. We are the land. And so we moor all of our documents and everything to the land by way of affidavits. So with that being stated, yes, Empress Minerva says in the chat, some tomatoes are heart-shaped. Yes, indeed. So one of our topics for today, which we, in our spirit, we know it's really important, is the following. Yes, Empress Shasha says more means the all, and backwards more means room. Yes, there's more room for everyone. Islam. So the first topic that we will to speak about and to discuss, just one moment, we're going to take the meeting out of lecture mode and put it into the mode where anyone can star 6 and speak at your will regarding the things that we are speaking of right now. Just one moment, let us ensure that our way is clear. Okay.
Say goodbye to Aisha. She's getting evicted next Monday.
Oh, now,
bye-bye, Aisha.
Oh, the poor dear. They really Islam.
I just wanted to share a point real quick. You made mention about the system and how the CP represented a computer. What was it again? Or the CP system?
Computer. It says computer.
Ask Aisha about it. She went in front of a judge.
It says computer paragraph.
A computer paragraph. That's very interesting. And yet, all of the forms.
Tell everybody how you're getting the
conversations that we've had. That it's not a battle, but the training that I'm doing with the system so that it can understand or it can hear what I'm speaking to it is the way I'm going to phrase that, okay?
Yeah.
With my local energy company has been ongoing since January. I send correspondence. I don't see or hear anything. Then I get something back recently. And just as you stated, which I recognized on my own before you even stated it, there was no signature. And I had done as the executive of that utility company, I did a executive order, number 1 and number 2, to that utility company, to the subjects in the office of, and put the new corporate policy on the record. Then I got a computer-generated form back on something that I had done in, I want to say maybe March, and this March, April, and this came back here in June.
Mm-hmm.
And they're responding to something, or the system is responding to something that's 75 days old, roughly. And then I realized, okay, wait a minute. Did no one sign that? And the executive order that I sent out said the last paperwork that the system generated, I don't ever want to see this again because it's incompetent. Because there's no one who takes responsibility for it. No human who signed it. So it was computer generated. And I stated that in the executive order
from
the company. And not to send communication via email, so they mailed it to me.
They have to do what you say. They have to do what you say.
I said. They didn't email me anymore. They just mailed it. And I left that door open. I was like, oh, wow. So I'm laughing at it now because, again, I recognize that we are dealing with a system. There are no people sending these documents to us and these so-called responses, okay? It's when it receives something, the system is looking and saying, what do I send? Out of all the possible responses, which one is the best one to send?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's all it's doing. So now having that clarity, I was never really fighting with them, but my spirit is not trying to fight with them anymore because I recognize I'm training the system to hear what I'm saying. And so that's a different approach and a different mindset and spirit from me. So I just wanted to share that with the audience as a whole, Islam.
Isn't that much more peaceful when it's that way, when you know that?
It is. And yet I'm still waiting for the accounting to catch up to what I have ordered. Okay.
If I may, and this is for those who are hearing this as well. If I may make a suggestion about speaking to a system, the system has a language, and that language is always in what is sent. So when you keep the language similar, but put the law in there, keep the language similar, keep the document similar. Of course, restate the logo and spell everything out.
Right.
And then use the language that's in there. For the most part, just keep the language similar, but make it say what you will for it to say. The system, if there are any barcodes or anything on there, restate. The barcode. Restating is just taking it and copying it and putting it back on there. That's how you restate a barcode, because that means you applied it. Or if you're restating the document, you can have the barcode on there, leave it on there, or the QR code, and the system will recognize the QR code and recognize the barcode, and whatever you say, it will put it up in there, and the system will do what you tell it to do that way.
Yeah. And speaking of that, one of the things that I'm charging the system, instructing and training the system to do, is to recognize that the corporate policy has been changed, because I stated it is changed as the CEO of that entity. Mm-hmm. And now the corporate policy no longer is that we don't accept anything other than fiat. That is not the corporate policy anymore. The corporate policy is you're going to accept more sovereign delirium. Yeah. Okay? And that's what I put as the executive order number 1, and followed it up with executive order number 2 regarding that particular account. Yes. So I'm just going to keep restating what is the new corporate policy and that is corporate policy, and it shall be. It shall be. It is. It is. It is. Islam.
Islam. Thank you for that, Noble Phoenix. Today we will add some things to that will add clarity. I know it as the ancestors were showing me what they showed me today, and we've talked about this previously, but as the ancestors began to show me what we're doing, in terms of that very thing of restating and speaking to our system, they showed us something new that it's not new. We've talked about it before, but that I will for us to vote on. At least I will put it on the table for us to discuss and to vote on it, because it's it is necessary to state. Some might think, well, I thought we did that already. Not this way. This way is important. The way that we're going to put this forth and propose that the Congress vote. So where restating, because it's a system, we know it's a system. So where restating things is concerned, that is what this particular topic is. Voting a measure, it's not a measure, it's a wholesale law. Voting it on the record with the stated condition that the law be temporary. So what we're going to propose to you right now for discussion, and if we have to, wait another week to vote on it or do more research, if those who will to do more research, we're going to provide the research here for those who will to see the research that we provide today. So it will be a temporary law, and we'll explain why it will be temporary. Approximately 7 years, this law will be on the books, 7 years, at which time in the 6th year, which is 2030, we will revisit. And once we revisit and see how things are going, then we'll add, change, revise, revoke, continue, whatever we decide. In the interim, if this measure is approved that we're about to introduce, what we'll do is we'll revisit it as often between the 7-year period as necessary. So if we will to revisit this in 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, or whatever, we'll do that, because we know that according to the Constitution, anything that is not legislated in the Constitution, and we've already placed the Constitution on the public record, is then goes to the people. Anything not stated clearly by the Constitution, it goes to the people, and the people must be a state in order for that for whatever they say to actually be effective. And here's the thing, we've always been a state. Always been. All we had to do was just say it, state it. State that we're a state. And we've done that. So here is the measure. What we will to propose, and here, before we look at that, let's look at the actual proposal. We will to propose the wholesale fungibility law. Wholesale fungibility law, based on Chapter 29, Circle 7 Quran for the Moorish Holy Temple for Science, titled Magistrate and Subject, and the Biblios Heliotech in Gene Isis, or some pronounce it Genesis, Chapter 47, verses 20 through 23, and we will show those in just a moment. The Congress is unlocked for those who will to come in. So the wholesale fungibility law is about delarium and making it so that delarium can be used at the grocery store and other places. You see, what we mentioned last Congress, we talked about bringing together delarium and the products that were being held by custodians, quote unquote. Okay. And in order for those products to be able to be purchased with gold, silver, and more sovereign delarium, gold and silver receipts, there has to be fungibility because they're not the same species. They're not the same species. So let's look at the word fungible first so that we can see exactly what we're saying here. Because this is something that we have to vote on and agree to do. Because there are some precepts that must be understood. So fungible as an adjective means to execute. And we say to executor because we are the executors. The word execute has been said to mean to kill or to do away with, and then in some cases to activate. And so we use the word executor. In law, designating goods such as grain or any unit or part of which can replace another unit as in discharging a debt, capable of being used in place of another. Now, we know that we don't have any debt, so fungible for us, where law is concerned, is going to be not the replacement of delarium, not the replacement of gold and silver. That stays in place. It always has been in place. It is to make fungible the goods that we see. So the things that we've been seeing, groceries, conveyances, domiciles, and things of that nature, are a part of our estate. But because our hands in our proper status did not create them directly, let me say that, we didn't create them directly, they are not of the same species. So fungibility is going to be where we replace things that are not the same species with the proper nature. Okay? We must understand and overstand fungibility in order to make that happen. So fungible things are movable goods which may be estimated and replaced according to weights, measures, and numbers. Weights, measures, and numbers is terms that are used in treaties. Any treaty law about commerce and mercantilism or mercantilism talks about weights and measures and tonnage and things of that nature. It says things belonging to a class, not a species, but a class, which do not have to be dealt with in species. And do you see where that's really important based on the congresses that we have had regarding specificity and species? So let's take a look at Black's Law Dictionary at the word species before we go any further, because it's going to be so important that we ensure clear understanding of what's really happening here. Because what we're not doing is paying debtors and corpses and things of that nature. We're not going to do that. What we are going to do, and we'll look further at these definitions so that you can see that what we're really doing is claiming the proper status for the items so that our delarium is it's like doing a special appearance. But let's look at the term species. So here's the word species, because that word actually comes in several different forms. Species has one form, one definition, and then when you pluralize it, it has a different definition, but it's very similar. Species, coin of the precious metals of a certain weight and fineness and bearing the stamp of the government, denoting its value as currency. So when you're talking about weights and measures and fineness and species, you're talking about things that you can hold in your hand. It's not something virtual. It's not out in the internet somewhere, hanging out there waiting for someone to buy it. It's something in real life. You're holding it in real life. You can hold it in your hand. When spoken of a contract, the expression performance in specie means strictly or according to the exact terms. That means we get to state those terms. In other words, it can't be just generic and general. It's got to be specific. It says, as applied to things, it signifies individuality or identity. So we get to call those things that were not as they are. We get to name them. So when you go to the grocery store and you call it a grocery store, it's really, well, let's go back to the previous era's enactment. In the previous era's enactment, a grocery store was actually a military operation because fiat U.S.det was a military operation. It was a military operation. It was a military campaign against the living. And so grocery stores were not really called grocery stores. They were actually called food chains, a food chain. And they would always talk about who's at the top of the food chain. It was chain. Like a blockchain or a slave chain. And so with it being a food chain, it was used to bind. It was used to bind. So a grocery store wasn't really.
How about an eviction chain for Aisha?
Empress Shasha put in the chat, a chain is a unit of measurement for land. Yes, it is. But the definition of it was changed and lowered to an incompetent level in the previous era. And so what we're doing is putting, thank you, Empress Shasha, that's good. Yes, Noble Phoenix said, was it also commissary? Yes. 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 Those were military operations. And so when spoken of a contract, the expression performance in species is specific. As applied to things, it's about identity. It's about who it is that's naming that thing. Because as long as the things at the grocery store were being named by mercenaries, and actors more accurately, then it was not in our favor. And it was also not acceptable. Yes, and Infrastructure says jurisdiction in the chat. It was also not acceptable for the living Morris sovereign delarium and gold and silver to be exchanged for that. It was not competent as long as it was called that. So what we've done is we're putting on the record the fungibility, the wholesale fungibility law. And this law is directly connected to our treasury and everything that has to do with our treasury.
Who's going to help Aisha next Monday? Who's going to help Aisha?
It also states, it says, thus, on a bequest of a specific picture, the legatee would be said to be entitled to the delivery of something in specie or of the very thing. Whether a thing is in genere or general or in species depends in each case on the will of the transacting parties. On the will of the transacting parties. We are not in contract with the dead, so we had to get the identities of the parties straight. We are the chiefs of all grocery stores and all production facilities and all anything that has to do with anything that we utilize on our estate. And then here, species, it says form, figure, fashion, or shape, which to us is that's an incompetent definition for species, because a form is not really a real thing. A form is a form, it's not real. So where species is concerned, this definition is close, and it will be exact according to our intentions and our will. So back to fungible things, it's dealt with in specie. So we had to wholesale remove the debt off of the debtor contracts, off of everything. And now what we're doing is we've placed the proper bonds onto everything. And so now everything is in specie. It's fungible. We can, but see, it is important that we place our information about it being fungible on the public record. It's important to place that knowledge and information on the public record. And that way the system and the algorithms and all of that will hear what we're doing, hear what the people have stated, and all algorithms will bow down and do exactly as commanded. So those things, one specimen of which is as good as another. And again, debt was never equal or as good as credit and as trust and as real money and gold and silver. So we had to change that using liens, levies, and bonds, and then proper naming. So those things, one specimen of which is as good as another, as in the case with half crowns or pounds of rice of the same quality. Horses, slaves, and so forth are not fungible. When they say slaves, that means this does not apply to debtors, debt, none of that. Either Islam. You are Islam nobility.
Just for clarification, I think it merits just some mentioning and discussion around it for clarity. In the old era, they took their species, so-called money, their fiat, and made it a fungible security because everybody could use it, and it was equally used all around for the acquisition of goods and services. But we're doing just the opposite. We're not taking and making our real money, lawful money, we're not making it fungible because we're making all the products and services fungible to be equally exchanged. Is that correct? Yes. Do I have that correct?
That is correct. That is correct.
I just wanted to clarify that. I made sure I understood what was being said here before we ever get to a vote.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. And thank you for that clarification, because that was actually one of the questions I had to the ancestors, and they said you're not changing the species of your money. Gold and silver and more sovereign dolarium, that's money, period. It is the products that were not fungible. There was nothing wrong with our money. It was the products that were not fungible.
Islam, that being the case, I'm very curious to see what the proposal will be that you're presenting to Congress that states all goods, products, and services and everything in commerce is fungible and not our money, because the gold and silver has never changed as far as the Constitution is concerned and as far as the law of the land. It's always been used for the payment of debt. Okay?
Yes.
And the exchange of goods and services has always been denominated or settled in gold and silver, is the correct way I should say that.
Yes, that is correct.
Islam.
Oh,
pardon. Grand rising to everyone. Well, my logic thinking would be to nationalize everything that would be the fungibility process in logic, because we had previously stated that only that the things that we nationalized through the process would be able to be exchanged for lawful money. And now that we are stating this fungibility law, then that would grandmother all of everything, bring it all into our bosom, and make it all whole. Islam.
Yes, that is correct. So where fungibility is concerned, we have already, by the bonding process, the bond that we did for the United States, for America, not of, but for, that bond and that process is the fungibility mechanism. That is the fungibility mechanism. And the things, just by the use of the word fungibility, it's automatically going to exclude all debt and slaves and slavery. Okay. Now, where horses are concerned, we can call them ponies, but we can call them horses as well if we choose to make them fungible. So, Islam, Empress.
Empress, as you stated about horses, I don't think, in reading this, it's not saying horses are not fungible. To my understanding, what it's saying here is horses, slaves cannot be exchanged for one or other because they are different species. Slaves would not be fungible, but horses are fungible, but you cannot exchange them because they're different species. They don't, it's like the maxim of law like for like. Yes. You're looking at, living and dead. Yes. And so that was, I just wanted to make that point. If I may make another point, as we talk about fungible.
Empress, let me just say that your first point is it hit the target right in the center. You're absolutely correct. That was what I was going to say next about that. Okay. But yes, but you stated it better than I would have. Islam.
Okay. Well, you know what? Let me yield and let you continue, and then this point.
Go ahead with your second point, Empress. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So my second point, hopefully, it doesn't take anyone too far off.
No.
But fungible, every time fungible, the root of this is fungi.
Yes.
So after the Chernobyl accident, I don't remember what year that was, one of the discoveries was that there was a fungus, black in shade, that completely cleaned all the radioactive, all the death-bearing material. So as I'm hearing this and fungible, and I'm seeing mushrooms, but I'm seeing that actually what we are doing, not only nationalizing, which has been done, but this piece is the magic piece where we are clearing away, cleansing, and literally changing and creating. And so that's really the point I wanted to make, because that's what this is all showing to me, saying to me, and what you're stating. And so I yield now.
Yes, Empress Shasha. That is absolutely just dead, living on, just right where it should be. Yes. Islam nobility.
One additional point that I wanted to bring to everyone's attention, just so that people are clear on what fungible was and what it shall be in the future for us. Okay? The fungible securities that they used to use was your signature. How was your signature a fungible security?
Yes.
You used to sign for it, and the way that they made it fungible is they made all signatures on all instruments equally exchanged of equal value, no matter what you put your signature on. Now, how did they make it fungible? Because everyone that had a signature that was using it in the old era was what? A U.S. citizen. That was the fungible part. That's what made everyone the same in their system in the old era. And I love what we're doing, because we're saying, no, we're not all the same. We are the heirs, we are the creditors, and our money is not what yours used to be. Ours is unique, so all the products must be fungible, because our money applies no matter what we're buying.
Yes.
I love this. But just so people can understand what fungible, that term, and securities, what that meant, that's how it was a fungible security. It was by making everyone the same fictional characters, which nobody on this call subscribes to that anymore. We've all graduated well beyond all that nonsense. So, Islam.
Yes.
Islam, I affirm.
I affirm as well. There was also the fact that, and this is where we first started with everything, is they had everyone signing their forms instead of creating their own in specie form or affidavit. So they created all of those, and it was all computer generated, but we didn't know that at the time, because when you go down to the bank, quote unquote, there's someone sitting there saying, oh, go ahead, here, sign this, sign right here and here and here. Some stuff they created. That is the fungibility piece also, in addition to what Justice Phoenix said. The fungibility, they made it so that all of their forms meant the same thing, no matter what your status was, that because it was their form, it was animal husbandry. It was animal husbandry. And here, even on the screen, it says horses, slaves, and so forth are non-fungible things. What they're saying is a horse, this is what that's saying. A horse is a living thing and a slave is not. A horse has value and a slave does not. That's what they're saying. And so they're not the same. They cannot be one to one. A horse has more value than a slave. I know, crazy. So it says here further, and this is from Black's Law Dictionary about fungibility. Just a moment. Let me make sure I'm right at the right place. Here it is. Okay. It says, where a thing which is the subject of an obligation which one man is bound to deliver to another. So they're telling you there that in order for fungibility to happen, there has to be a bond in place. There has to be a bond in place. And whoever it is that creates that bond determines the species. And so where a thing which is the subject of an obligation which one man is bound to deliver to another must be delivered in specie, that thing is not fungible. So in other words, if there is debt or obligation, then it's not fungible. They use the word subject in particular because subjects can't have obligations. Subjects don't have obligations. Neither do sovereigns, really. That very individual thing and not another thing of the same or another class in lieu of it must be delivered. So it has to be a specific thing. It has to be specific. Where the subject of the obligation is a thing of a given class, the thing is said to be fungible. Of a given class, not a given species. And that's the difference, and that is the clarification that we're making regarding the products and things that are out here and our money, is that we're giving it a class, not a species, but a class. And where species is concerned, we kind of are giving it the nature of our species, the nature of it. It's called naturalization. Or you could say that we're nationalizing, because the system is nationalized already. We've done that. And now we're bringing in things of a particular class and of a specific species, but we're bringing it into our system. And there'll be some more clarification on that in this next definition.
Islam. If I may, that was just ringing in my mind what you was reading just now, the difference between the original and a knockoff. Yeah. The knockoff would not be fungible. The original would be. And also when the actor known as Trump was running for office, he was the acting office rather. He was making his slogan, "Make America Great Again." Yeah. By bringing back all of the farmed out corporations to China and Africa, and nothing wrong with that. But as far as from the true standpoint, when I understand it now from this perspective, the matriarchal perspective, make America great again, and bringing back all the resources to Morocco by that whole process that we are talking about, the fungibility, nationalizing the products, making them original again and whole again. And when we come from that perspective with that thought process, by bringing everything back from, not having it made in China anymore, but if it is, it's properly stated and not a knockoff and genetically modified and all that other nonsense. It will be real and authentic because we, the authors, are back in control.
Yes.
As well.
Yes. And the key to that is exactly what you stated, Empress, is we wrote everything. So let's clarify this this particular statement that's on the screen. Let's give some clarity to it. It says airship movables. The movables which go to the air and not to the executor, that the land may not go to the air completely dismantled, such as the best of furniture, horses, cows, etc., but not fungibles. So because we're the heirs and the executors, because see, ours is going to be slightly different from this, because we're the heirs and the executors, and we're on our own land, our land should not be completely dismantled, but what we're doing is bringing the best of everything that we have known with us. The best of everything. The children of Israel, quote unquote, did that when they left Egypt. They took all the gold they could carry, all the silver, all the finest of everything. They took the best of everything. They took the best of everything with them, and that's really what we're doing. Except we're on our own land. We're just properly stating the things that we've seen. Okay. So fungibility is talking about heirs and executors, but you don't want the land. You will to inherit the land, which we already do, but we will to have the best things on the land. Okay, so that is the purpose of making the things fungible. Okay, let's add a little more light to this. Pecunia, originally and radically property in cattle or cattle themselves, so called because the wealth of the ancients consisted in cattle. The wealth of the ancients consisted in cattle. In the Biblios, it states that the cattle on 1,000 hill are ours. Okay. In Old English law, goods and chattels. In the civil law, property in general, real or personal, anything that is actually the subject of private property. In a narrower sense, personal property, fungible things. In the strictest sense, money. This has become the prevalent and almost the exclusive meaning of the word pecunia. So when they talk about pecuniary issues, they're talking about issues of property, of fungible things. Property, fungible things, goods and chattels, but not slaves. Not slaves. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about fungible things. Islam.
As you read that, as you say that, and the ancient meaning about chattel and cattle.
Yes.
In the former era, and in the dead jurisdiction, everyone was held in the enactment as chattel. Chattel, yes. Cattle in French. So you can see, to me, I see the impostering,
yes,
clearly in that first paragraph of that definition, because the people were being held as pecunia.
Yes.
If you go back to that original, the ancient, which is really the way I understand it, that is at the core of all the enactments.
Yes.
The ancient, our story, our history, everything.
Yes. Yes. And yes, thank you for that, Empress. And even when you go all the way back to the story of let's just say, and we know it's anthropomorphic, it's childlike, it's those are children's stories about Adam and Eve.
Mm-hmm.
Adam and Eve were not their own.
Right.
They were not their own.
Right.
They were not. They had owner. They had an owner and a creator.
Nothing new under the sun.
There's nothing new under the sun. There's nothing new under the sun. So when we talk about fungible things, we have the authority, because we're still talking about money. Here it is, in the strictest sense, money. When we're talking about pecunia, fungible things, in a narrower sense, personal property. And they keep talking about personal property or private property because it is about the person. And anytime you see the word person or private, you're going to see the word subject come right before or right after that, generally. Because persons are subjects. So our person, my person, which is Pauline Ritchie, is subject to me. I'm the fiduciary for that person. And no one else is. I am. So here, res fungibilis. In civil law, fungible things, things of such a nature that they can be replaced by equal quantities and qualities when returning a loan or delivering goods purchased, for example, so many bushels of wheat or so many dollars. But a particular horse or a particular jewel would not be of this character. So horses and jewelry are not the same. They're not fungible. Because one is a living thing and a jewel is, and here's the thing, jewelry is living too when it's in our inventory. Let me put it that way. So see, whatever we bring into our inventory becomes fungible anyway. Whatever we bring into our inventory is fungible. There's a general resolution in the United Nations, and we know that we're the original United Nations, but this particular resolution states regarding sovereign nations that sovereign nations, in order for a nation to consider itself sovereign or herself sovereign, she must not be dependent on anything foreign. She must be self-contained as a nation. And so what we do know is that there's no one on our land that's not subject to us. That does not exist. There are no things on our land that are not subject to us. So again, we're still talking fungibility and making things so that those living products, because just like we can stand subjects up and say, all rise and stand, you are alive, you're living, we can say the same to property. All property is living property when in our inventory. Because see, initially, when you think about, there's not a corporation you can think about from the previous era's enactment that did not begin with some of our, with our goods. All the metal that was used, the paper that was used, all of that. But those things had to be properly named and properly claimed. And we knew that in our knower. We knew that. We were just saying to ourselves, how do we access it in that manner? Well, we had to make it fungible. We knew all the paper that we saw and all the conveyances, the automobiles and the vehicles, and we knew all of that stuff was ours. We knew it was. However, access to it comes with understanding and overstanding, and the will to stand, standing no matter what. So even standing is specific. Standing on your sovereign status is specific. So the proposal, the wholesale fungibility law, and we say wholesale because that is one of the words that we used to speak to our treasury system in order to make all debt go to zero. Instead of retail, that was one of the changes that we made to the documentation to state wholesale. Because that way, when we use the term, or the word rather, wholesale, we're now talking about everything holy. Everything holy, everything moving when we move. Everything bound to us that we will to have bound to us. And we only make fungible those things that are living. All things living are fungible, where Moorish sovereign delarium and gold and silver are concerned. In the Biblios, in Gene Isis, the 47th chapter, verses 20 through 23, we see where fungibility was made profitable for Joseph. They called him Joseph, but the letter J did not, it was not a letter back in Joseph's day. Joseph bought all the land for the pharaohs after the Persians lost all privileges due to debt. And in this case, we're calling them persons or Persians, but it was the children of Israel. And children are not of the majority, so they are the minority and must have someone speak for them. That's what a person is. A person is a minority. That's a great question. Noble Phoenix asked in the chat, how is a house or an automobile living? Ooh, that's a great question, and I'm just so honored to answer that question. So let me answer the question first by asking a question. My question to you is this: does a house or an automobile have energy? Does it have energy? Or does it vibrate?
Islam.
Everything is energy. So of course, all is energy.
Yes. Yes. And is energy living?
Energy lives.
Yes. And never dies.
And never dies.
Forgive me, I didn't hear her answer to the question. Is it living? I didn't hear. I need to hear that repeated. There was too much interference.
All is energy. All is energy, and energy is life and living and never, ever dies. It's eternal.
Yes.
Is it really living, or does it simply move energy through it, convey energy? It's not the same as being living. Living to me means something that has life in it.
Yes.
In it.
But
and so an inanimate object, an inanimate object like a pencil is not living. Okay? That's why I'm asking, how is a house or an automobile living? And I want clarity on this. Please continue.
Okay. Hold on one moment. Empress Shasha first, and then the noble, and then we'll speak. Empress Shasha.
Everything begins from energy. Everything is energy. And energy, the resulting thing is dependent upon the weight of the energy, whether it's ascended high or low. And so everything is energy, no matter what it is. And energy is...
Empress Shasha, where did you go? Empress Shasha?
Life from and energy.
She was getting real good, that's why.
My statement with regard to that. So I yield.
Islam. There was a noble who was going to make a statement about Islam. Justice Travis.
Energy doesn't die; it changes form.
Yes.
Islam.
Yes. Justice Kyle.
Islam.
Islam.
I'm losing connection.
All right. So, as mentioned before, energy changes form. Inanimate objects are inanimate to your eye's perception based on how you look at it. But from an energetic space, there's a vibration that is taking place there.
Yes.
There are practices that identify your understanding of your own energy and understand your connection to life energy, source energy, as within, so without. So whatever is taking place within you, even though that object seems inanimate to you, it's vibrating at a frequency that you have yet to experience. It's similar with plants. Plants speak to each other, but you can't. Well, let me rephrase that. There are some who don't hear them speak. There are some of us who can.
Yes.
Recently, there has been some scientific stuff that has been presented where there's a device that can tell when a plant is crying versus a plant in its cheerful state. So it's all energy. That's all it is.
Yes.
Islam. I mentioned the question, not because I did not know the answer. I mentioned the question for this very purpose so that we could discuss it and clarify what is meant by, inanimate objects being what we think of as inanimate objects, as being living. Because as the brother just stated, everything resonates in its own vibrational frequency. I understand that intimately. And because of that, there is life abundant on this planet more than we know, because we are not always perceptive of life, because we think of life as being something similar to us, meaning animated of its own. But in a sense, scientifically, it is animated on its own because it vibrates at an imperceptible vibrational frequency. So I did know the answer. I wanted us to actually expound on that very thing. So thank you, everyone. Islam.
Yes, that was a great discussion, because even when we're not moving, you could say we're inanimate. When we're asleep, we're not moving, but that does not mean we're dead. We're still alive. We're still living. So inanimate does not necessarily denote death. That's number one. Number two, the reason why we are so valuable is because when we start creating things like pencils and paper, and we start making things, we are literally giving those materials life energy. That is why it was such a huge difference between when we when we were doing things at General Motors versus when it changed to a corpse and died off, seemingly. That's also another reason why we had to be, at least one of us had to be present everywhere if there was movement. So no matter how many of the modern ones, and we love them, no matter how many of the modern ones were gathered in a place trying to do something, there had to be, and they knew this, there had to be one of us somewhere. They used to call them the token black. But we were breathing life even then on everything that was being done. We were like the energizer battery for everything else. Or else it doesn't work. It doesn't do anything. It's not living. And a pencil or a car can go from dead to living when we breathe life on it with our energy. That's a very great question, Nobility, because that clarification is the key to fungibility even. The stuff at the grocery stores, at one point in the previous era's enactment, all of that stuff was dead. All of it was dead because it was not being produced by anyone living. But then when we woke up and started putting our breathing life into everything, because see, that's the only way even the last era even happened, is we had to be speaking. We had to be signing. We had to be putting our energy on it in order for it to animate. A zombie will animate when we speak to it. That's been the problem. We've been acknowledging and calling things living that were not living. So that's why they couldn't hear us. They would just feel the breath and start moving and animating and doing things. Until we said, hold up, all rise and stand. Rise from the dead and stand. Giving it new nature, new life. And then killing, banishing and unbinding ourselves from the dead energy. And that's why work and movement is so important. Our movement is what's making everything happen. That's why it's called the Moorish Divine and National Movement of the world, or for the world, or for the earth. Because everyone knows the moment we start moving and touching things, everything we touch turns to gold, everything. Because we're the law. So here is an example on the screen of fungibility and what happened in the anthropomorphic story in the Biblios. Joseph bought all the land for the pharaohs after the Persians lost all privileges due to debt. This is evidence that the Persians held the land and herds privately and are now subject to the pharaohs, which is, we know where the pharaohs returned. We know that. The Persians willingly submitted themselves, the herds, and all else to serve the pharaohs in exchange for food and work on the pharaoh's land. However, the land for the pharaohs, Joseph did not hold their land because they received an inheritance from their estate as pharaohs and did not sell their land. So we don't sell our land in order to do things like that. We exchange it among each other, but the land never goes outside of the pharaohs. It does not, it just can't happen. So it says, Joseph stated to the Persians, which they were calling the children of Israel, quote unquote, now that we have bought you and we have our land today for ourselves, here is seed for you so that you can plant the ground. When the crop comes in, give a fifth which is a tenth plus tribute, that's the tithes and offering of the crops, give a fifth of it to us, the pharaohs. So we know that this is biblically, and this fungibility law is biblically and anciently based. And in the Circle 7 Holy Quran for the Moorish Holy Temple for Science, where magistrate and subject are concerned, the book talks about how the subjects are working on the land and they're happy being subjects to the magistrates because they are well taken care of. And then we, the magistrate, pharaoh, justices, government, and all of that are doing all the right things with all the resources. So where fungibility is concerned, Joseph took all of the things that the Persians were doing, and he said, okay, we'll go ahead and claim all of this because it was theirs to begin with. They were in Egypt. It belonged to the pharaohs. But they lent it to them, and they didn't do the right things with the lending. So when, let's just say the actors that were acting as World Economic Forum used the slogan, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy, that's what this is. They knew this was happening. Where Genesis 47 verses 20 through 23 are concerned. And you can read those verses in different versions of the Biblios, and it's going to say slightly different things, which is why we create our own statements regarding these writings, because the writings started with us. And so that is what is happening right now. Okay? So this is the proposal. Now, Noble Phoenix asked a question earlier. I believe he asked about the fact that the Moorish sovereign denarium and gold and silver are not changing, and that is correct. However, we are adding gold and silver rounds to the fungible species in our proposal to you. And the reason we will to add them is because we all have so many of them. So those things that certain ones were selling and they were saying, we have silver, we have gold, those are called rounds. That's not real. Those are not real coins. Those are rounds. Only the treasury can create, or the mint rather, can create real coins, real species. Okay. And so we're saying rounds because so many have those. So many, all the pawn shops, all the coin shops, quote unquote, they call themselves coin shops. Those are not real coins. Those are rounds. They're only real coins when we, again, bring them into our inventory like we've been doing, which is what we did with our federal driver license program. We received coins from different places, gold and silver, both coins, rounds rather, and we just nationalized them, took them into inventory, put them in the database, deposited them in the treasury, and nationalized them. So that's what we're doing with the resources on the land where fungibility is concerned. So grocery stores, and there's no commerce that is exempt from this law if the law is passed by this Congress. And then we go about notifying that fungibility in species is the law. We go about notifying. So Yes, Noble Phoenix put something in the chat that thing called a black the token black piece. He said, and many times the token was an empress. It was again, we were the first token. We'll be the first to say that in the enactment. We were the first because we're the first at everything. Even the fall, we were the first. We're women about ours. We take responsibility for that, which is why it is our responsibility to correct and make right the issues. And we're very proud of the fact that together we have done that. So the proposal is to declare the wholesale fungibility law as law starting June 13th, 2024. And if you'll notice, we have those dates put back to back or front to front like that through June 12th, 2030, which is really 2030, June 12th. The year, the month, and the day always come first in that order. After 2030, June 12th, all exchanges will be specific. That means that and this is the key to this wholesale fungibility law, this is the key to it, that as we're gathering things on the land, we're not doing it just to party and lay around and do nothing. What we're doing is we're gathering these things and collecting these things to get our commerce moving even more so than we have now. Bank buildings, buildings for our commerce, buildings for us to gather, hotels for us to gather, all of that being made fungible by this law for the specific purpose of continuing to stand our commerce up, our mercantilism up, because as government, we're already standing. So that is and the law is a temporary law. It's from June 13th, 2024 to June 12th, it actually should say 2031, but we would meet and convene in 2030 specifically to see if we will to extend it or if it's even necessary, which I don't believe it will be necessary because we've already properly proclaimed wholesale everything, and we will to begin manufacturing conveyances and all of that. That is our, that is, and here's the thing, that stuff can start as soon as the law is put in place. Now, the reason that we have said
how come you haven't done your over 3 years ago, Paul?
That there's a specific reason why they're trying to say something now. Quiet.
She's trying to teach you.
Quiet. So
she has an account.
So as we have stated, conveyances and things like that, all domestic production can begin. All of that can begin. Because like our prophet said, that the economy would grind to a halt, and when it starts back up again, it starts up in the favor of the Moors. That's because the Moors actually started up with proper processes. So we will to begin creating our own everything. And we did a video about 3 years ago stating that we were going to begin doing our own commerce, because it was about a 2 or 3 minute video that we did where we talked about how in the previous era, whenever we would, let's say you're driving down the street in your car, and I'm using those terms specifically to denote the previous era, and you get a flat tire and you call someone, and let's say Discount Tire comes to help you, that is actually that's some foreign exchange going on there, foreign transactions going on there. Because they're not the same species as you. And the things they do and the things they bring are not going to be the same species. And that's why they would always ask for fiat, which was their species. Fiat. And so sometimes when Moors would get pulled over or were over on the side of the road, a policy enforcer might come up and start doing an investigation, quote unquote. Now, there's nothing, you're on the side of the road and you're just waiting for someone to assist you in changing the tire or whatever. Out comes an investigation, tags being run, driver's license, insurance, and next thing you know, folks are being carried off. That's because that was foreign. And so we will that everything be properly stated on the land. And when we will something, when we intend a thing, our command is be, and it is. And we state that in Turkish every now and then. Oldin ma'oldaran, gunalit mizit imangadodran. That's Turkish. When we intend a thing, our command is be, and it is. So we will to state the fungibility law, the wholesale fungibility law. That means anything on our land that we see. And what this is going to do, it's going to accomplish several things. One is it's going to sharpen our contracting information and knowledge, and will give us the opportunity to sharpen those around us. Number two, it will, and I had written a couple of things that it would do. Number two, what it will do is it's going to assist in winning our brothers and sisters over, because we will to have them with us. We will to have them with us. They are going to have to experience erudition where the use of the money is concerned. And we're seeing that right now, where there are some who have not done the study on the money. They just want to start going out and spending. And then they wonder why things are not working the way they should. Well, have you done a lien, a levy, and a bond on that place, wherever you're going? Have you declared your nationality on the public record? Do you know where the public record is? And these are the principles that we have and the laws that we have put forth repeatedly. And we're purposefully repeating and purposefully redundant, and I wouldn't say redundant, but purposefully repetitive with the information, because we will that everyone know who they are on the land and be able to prosper on the land as well. So those coins that you have, or those rounds that you have, would also be a part of this fungibility law, should this Congress choose to rule in favor of the law, of this particular law that we're putting on the table. Because Islam, the Congress is the law, actually. Islam.
I'm looking at the through. Is it really necessary to have a maturity date for this particular law? Because when we, in the times before, when we established law, it'd be into perpetuity. So when, thinking, because I was sitting here meditating the whole night about, okay, so when we start this, now everything will be fungible, and it will then become, substance for substance, value for value, and so on and so forth. And so because this is just my thought process. So to think that, okay, it's through until this particular date, then to me that leaves open, okay, now we can possibly circle back to whatever we desire to later on and not maintain the true process of lawful exchange with lawful money. That was just, I'm just, speaking of my thought process in this. And so that's, I would just like to put that out on the table as far as, does it have to have a maturity date for this law? And so
Islam, thank you for that, Empress. So the reasoning behind having that date has to do with the subjects. The subjects so there has been talk among the Moors about not wanting subjects to be on the land at all. However, we feel that they should be on the land because there are subjects and we created them. They have a purpose. Our thinking behind that was that we would revisit that particular precept of subjects being on the land because it's important to us that slavery not be a thing, because it's not a thing, and we will to ensure that all is well with the subjects too. And that's why we put an end date on it, but those things won't remain. They won't remain fungible because, well, we don't know. I don't know. I'm thinking about the Moors who are going to be waking up and who will want to go and get a job. There are some Moors who are going to want to go and get a job and work at some of these places. There will be many Moors who will want to do that or will to do that, to go and get a job instead of governing. And when that comes into play, when they know who they are, then fungibility is not even an issue anymore. When Moors know who they are and they're governing in the workplace, then it doesn't even matter what's happening in the workplace. It's all automatically national because the Moor is there. So I was thinking about those nuances with regard to the subjects and just ensuring that that as Moors wake up and find out who they are, those who will to not go back to the workplace, but they choose to govern all things, like we've chosen to govern everything moving, we're governing. Anything moving, we're all governing. So I was just thinking about those nuances with an end date. However, if we don't put an end date on it, it wouldn't hurt anything because we're going to be looking at how things take place over the time period anyway. We're going to be governing the whole time anyway. So, Empress, that's a good thing to think about. If the Congress chooses not to end it or not to put an end date on it, then it doesn't have to have an end date. We were just thinking in terms of, what the great wake up will look like, and thinking about our brothers and sisters and how they might view things. And, if when they're in the workplace, there's no need for fungibility because the species is going to be what it should be. And it is even now. So that's why I'm thinking about what you're saying. I'm talking it out and thinking it out even now, that it's not real, that an end date is not really an issue. It's not really an issue.
Islam,
Islam nobility.
Just the Travis Bay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean that we leave it like it is.
Is there a reason for that nobility?
Yes, because you made a lot of sense. As Moors wake up, they're gonna want these things, and we don't know what they want. So even though it's our box, we ain't trying to put nobody in the box.
Yeah, and more so, I was thinking about the subjects, because the subjects are the one. You know, a lot of the workplace and a lot of the things that are fungible now, we're bringing them onto the land, as you know, and really they're being created on the land because everything is new, because we're restating everything. I'm just thinking it through and just putting some energy into it. We're always going to be revisiting the laws that we place on the public record. We're always going to be revisiting them. So based on how this works and what the ancestors show us, we might not even need this 2 weeks from now. We don't know. I'm just thinking in terms of our brothers and sisters that are waking up, and the subjects as well, you know. So
Islam
nobility.
I'm looking at the very title and at the heart of why this was brought up again, going back to the very foundation. It says more sovereign delirium, gold and silver receipts from our trust. That's where the trust, receipts are coming from.
Yeah.
Which is all gold and silver.
Yeah.
And it says the coins and the rounds are going to be fungible species. Okay. Now,
you're right.
So when we get back to the heart of why we're doing it, okay.
The items are fungible.
Yes.
You're right. You are absolutely correct. Thank you for that. You're absolutely.
So that's the missing piece right there.
Yeah.
So when we get back to the core of why we're doing it, the items in commerce are fungible.
Yes.
Not that our money is fungible, but the items in commerce that we will use,
yes,
our lawful money for, those items that we seek to use them for are fungible, not our money. When we clarify our purpose in doing this, we come right back to the foundation and we can build from there. There is no more question, really, when we get back to the reason why we're doing it, Islam.
Yes. Thank you for that nobility, because that was our intention. We missed that piece here in this writing, but that was our intention, that the property be fungible. First and foremost, we're calling it property. We're calling it property, and it is fungible. Islam. We're naming everything fungible species or fungible things, fungible species, fungible things.
Islam.
Yes, Islam.
A little more specificity from my own perspective is the fungible, what we are naming, the properties that we are naming fungible species are things we did not create.
Not directly.
Not directly, exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
However, Islam, everything that they have in commerce was created off of whose estate, whose resources.
Right.
So, yes, indirectly, it is ours. It is created from our essence. Because remember, as Saj always reminds us, they've been eating from our table, from our estates, feeding off like vampires all this time because we were asleep.
Yeah.
So in order to keep commerce going, they did what they needed to do at our request indirectly.
Yeah.
Once we woke up, we said, okay, I'm back. Y'all can stop now. And that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Islam. And so, bouncing off of that, anything created by us there is no requirement for us to make it fungible.
Right. So when I do sea salt here, it's no need for it to be fungible because I created it. I automatically know that it's gold and silver and things of that nature. So things where my hand directly was involved in
your creation, your authorship.
Yes.
You are the source of. Then
yes.
This step is not required. And
it's not required for that.
For that, and that I'm just stating, making the statement. I'm not asking the question. I'm making the statement for affirmation, confirmation. I'm putting that statement out because that's how I understand what it is that we are doing.
Yes,
right.
Empress. Yes, indeed, Empress. And also commodities and things, anything that we pull from the ground, and anything that our subjects pull from the ground is it doesn't have to be called fungible.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So now we're talking the things that are out there now, groceries, grocery stores, things of that nature, things that were previously called retail.
Correct.
Okay. We don't have a retail. We're not retailing, and we don't have a tail.
We don't do tails.
We don't do tails. We don't do tails. So that's what this is about, is giving it the proper name. It's christening the stuff. It's christening those things.
One of the things that just keeps ringing in my head, and is that we are decontaminating. And maybe that's a harsher word, but
no, it's not.
That is what Spirit keeps speaking to me. So that's how I see it.
Yeah. Yes. There's a question about the difference between natural and unnatural. We're actually deeming everything natural. We are deeming, naming, and stating that everything is natural. And that is actually going to manifest in the products that you see in the grocery stores. They're actually going to be natural. Really, this time. And that is the purpose also of this. This will also allow for mass circulation of the money to be accomplished, as well as domestic production to be fully established. That is what we will. Now, no one asked why we would start it today, but that would be the moment if we choose to. If this Congress agrees and votes this into law, then it would start immediately.
Islam.
Is there any more statement regarding having an end date? Because we can remove the end date. What does the Congress think about the end date? Or can we just say revisit?
Islam. I was just going to say, let's just leave it for a revisit, because our wisdom is going to increase over the years, as well as things manifesting and things dismantling. So it would be prudent for us to revisit this in a couple of years. And like you've already stated, we can revisit it anytime anyway, but let's make sure that, because we're going to be busy administrating over our vast estate and handling so many things, we have a reminder, because there is an etched-in date, for us to come back and look at this in the future. I think.
Hey, Phoenix, you mean manifesting like your conveyances that never happened? Like the conveyances you never got?
So thank you.
Go ahead, Nobility.
So I think that's just the course of wisdom for us to just set that date in the future, because we're going to be so busy. We have so much ahead of us.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Not that we're going to forget, because we don't will to forget, so we won't. But we'll have that gentle reminder. Go back and look at this, and in wisdom, decide what else may be needed, how this may need to be revised, or just simply dismantled, because everything is working and flawlessly the way we intended. So we don't need this anymore. Islam.
So you're saying remove the date, the end date?
No, I'm saying just leave that expiration date in. I'm saying just the opposite. Leave it in there, so that we can revisit it.
Okay. Okay. Are there any other?
I affirm, Cynthia.
Islam.
I affirm Islam.
Islam.
I was just partially suggesting that we could put language in the contents of the law stating like if a trust is having a trust, because this is a trust Congress. So in the trust minutes, when minutes are taken, they state this matter revisited at a specific date and time, and so on and so forth. So that's also a possibility. And when you mentioned about mentioning it starting today, that to me was just a no-brainer, because we've always stated laws and made it active at the time that we speak it and agree on it. So that part, Islam.
Islam, Empress.
Well, two things. I'm in agreement with. Well, I was on both sides of the fence. I understand what Empress Angel was stating, but then I also was siding with what Noble Phoenix was saying. So I was on both sides of the fence to keep the date or not to keep the date. But I wanted to just put out there the energy for today. Today's a 9-day, and 9 means completion. And it's also a 4, which means law. And I was just looking to see if we could move the date. Yesterday was an 8-day, which is money. It was also a 3, which is communication. Monday is a great day, which is the 17th. It's an 8-day, which is money. It's also a 22-day, which is a builder day. It's a master builder day. I just wanted to bring forth that information. I understand wanting to start it immediately, but under today's energy, by being 9, a completion, I know we do a lot of things on 9 days because things are, Babylon's falling, but to deal with species, especially dealing with currency, I just wanted to put that out there.
So are you saying that today is a good day to do it or not a good day?
It's not a good day because you're looking at completion, ending. But I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So I will to state this about the science that you're using. First and foremost, I'm so grateful that you're doing that you're looking at that, and that you're doing what you're doing with that science. The reason I proposed it now is because this past week was the new moon, and we're moving the moon. The moon is growing up to the full moon. So there is growth here. And that's why we chose this time to do it, as opposed to, say, after the full moon and things going down towards the moon shrinking towards the new moon. We're using the growth energy from the new moon to the full moon. And the moon is almost at half right now, almost at half. And then the full moon is going to be June I believe it's the 25th, I think. I'm going to have to look back at it again. But we're using the growth energy of the moon to make these statements and to do these things. Today is the 13th. I was actually made aware of that in my spirit earlier. However, we know that I've just never been afraid of a day. And I already know that there is absolutely no day that's bad for us to govern. I know that in my knower.
Islam
nobility.
It also seems, based on the numerology that she shared with us, that we can go backward a few days and make it retro a few days to coincide with the, energy of the previous couple days, whatever day that was, or we can go forward 2 or 3 days. So we have 3 choices in front of us now. It looks like we just got lots of choices today. We can look forward and into the, future and say, all right, well, we're going to prepare for the 17th, okay, which is an 8-day, blah, blah, blah. Or we can build on the previous day, or we can just stay with today. So now we have 3 other choices that we can look at. And so it just depends on how we each look at all that has been conveyed to us, and now we make a decision. Islam.
I know that there's not a bad day to govern. I know that because the whole universe has been waiting for us to govern. So I have absolutely not even a shred of fear.
Honestly, I'm in agreement with you on that.
Or trepidation or anything about today.
Yeah. I'm in agreement that today is as good a day as any.
Yeah.
All right. Despite the energy of the past couple days or the ones coming up in the future. The fact that we've come to this conclusion and we've decided, or that we shall decide to go forward with this or not, I'm sure that we will, because it makes sense, it is all that really is that it takes, because we have to govern in the present, period.
Yeah.
There is no future, there is no past. It's the present that is the only time there really is. And the present energy says, this is good, this is going to benefit, this is going to help us improve our vast estate, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Let's go. Make it so. So it is. Islam.
So I will say this about that. I absolutely affirm exactly what you just stated. I know our ancestors very well. I know them, and you all know them too, because you are our ancestors' return, just like I am. There's not a single day that exists that we can't make a decision on anything. That day does not exist where we should wait and hesitate to decide something, especially at this stage that we're at now, at this point that we're at now. Maybe later on down the road, we may put things off or something like that. But where we are right now, unstoppable, and we'll always be unstoppable. I'm almost at the point, and Empress, thank you for that science. But I must speak this. I'm at the point where I'm not afraid of any day, date, time, anything. If I can get past what I got past, which is the fear of fake courts and fake policy enforcers and stuff, I'm fearless. I am without fear when it comes to all of this.
Islam. It wasn't a point.
No, and I didn't want you to take that way. Yeah, I didn't want you to take it that way at all, Empress. Because that science is important. Our science is there for a reason.
Absolutely.
And we're aware of that. We are aware that our science is there for a reason.
But we just want to make sure and ensure that everyone knows, just all points. Because we've had a very good discussion today, and just bringing forth more information. Because, like as you say, when you know better, you do better. And so I just wanted to lay that out, and it's just something to put on people's back burners. So going forth, we just know it's other information out there that we can, help lead and guide us. Islam.
Yeah.
Islam.
Yeah. Islam. Islam, Empress.
I know there was a noble who his Islam probably came in a little before mine, so I'm.
Yes, that's me, Johnny Jenkins.
I'm thinking. So go ahead, nobility. Go ahead. I'm just
thinking in my spirit the words of Christ. So whatever thou will do it quickly.
Yes.
Islam.
Yes.
Islam. I'm going to just put in my 2 cents. So for the 13th. Now, first of all, let me go back to the end date, and the thing that resonates with me when you brought up this particular topic, you did state it's temporary. So in order for something to be temporary, there must be some date, some stop date where we either look at it again, it ends, or it continues. So that's my input for that. And the other thing, the 13th, I just keep hearing Zodiacus and the 13 months and the 13 signs and the matriarch at the middle, or the feminine energy, not claiming anything over the nobles. But so for me, just today is the day.
Yes.
That's my statement, and I yield.
This is the vision that the ancestors flashed before me just now. There was a vision of the energy that says today is not a good day to do that. And that energy, and I saw all of us above that energy. I saw all of us above that energy, and we were so powerful that the energy, it was like a black cloud, and it got smaller and smaller and smaller until it went poof, and it disappeared.
Islam,
Empress.
I would think, would it be possible just to leave it open and make the necessary changes when they come about, if they come about to be changed?
We're actually going to do that anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to do that anyway. We're going to be revisiting and doing things anyway. I mean, if we have to if we decide to have it in 2 weeks from now, we will, because we have that authority. We just put that date there because we were thinking about some things, some prophecies as well, and some and the subjects and the Moors that are coming and all of that. We were just putting all of that into our sovereign cauldron and willing to put the right spell on the record.
Okay.
And we know they're all going to be right spells. We know that. We were just thinking about the 7-year prophecy and how exact that has been. Go through the Biblios, everyone. If you feel to do this research, go through the Biblios and pull up all of the 7s, the 7-year prophecies, the 7-day prophecies, and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
And see the success and see what happened during that time. And also look back at Genesis when in the 7 days that everything was created. So in the Biblios it says that a day is as 1,000 years and 1,000 years is as a day. So we picked 7 years. Six in the 6th year we would revisit, and then 2031 reactivate if necessary. So as it stands right now, The fungibility piece. Now, this is where Empress Minerva, who brought that up about not today. Empress Minerva, your spirit is very sensitive and very aware, because the process that we're going to introduce next in just a moment, it coincides with this, and it takes place over a period of at least three Congresses. And it's we'll introduce it in just a moment. But when you said when your science is saying not today, we could literally wait until after Bretton Woods to make this announcement. It's still going to happen. It's just we could wait until after Bretton Woods, which is what we're going to propose next. So let us go ahead, since we've mentioned it. We'll come back to this in just a moment. Let's go ahead and propose Bretton Woods, the Bretton Woods law. Now, these three links we are providing to the Congress so that you can do some research in anticipation of the Bretton Woods Agreement that we are placing on the public record. Bretton Woods Agreement was the gold standard. They call it the gold standard, but that's not really what it was. For them, it is for us, but not them. We've already put the gold standard on the public record. We've already stated the gold standard on the public record. What this is it's going to bring all of the BRICS nations in with what we've already done. Okay. And so these links that we put in the chat just now, and we'll put the links under the video as well, we would ask that the Congress give it a study, a purview, just read through these three documents, and we will put the one that says Bretton Woods agreement. Yeah, the first link, that is the one that we're going to be restating.
One of them is missing.
Let me see. There is 3 links in the chat.
So Islam, the last link that I clicked on, it says the resource you're looking for has been removed, had its name changed, or is temporarily unavailable. I don't know.
Okay, let me see. Let me see if I may need to adjust that. Thank you, Empress.
No problem.
Just a moment. Can you try that link? I just put a link in the chat. Can you try this latest link and see if that will do it?
Okay.
Islam, it works.
That one works.
Okay. The Bretton Woods Agreement just brings all the nations and all the banks, to include the Bank for International Settlements and the International Monetary Fund, all of it under our authority. That's what it does. That's what Bretton Woods Agreement was in the enactment and is for us. So the fungibility, the wholesale fungibility agreement or law can in fact wait until after we've put the Bretton Woods Agreement on the public record. It's up to this Congress. I've not read these documents in their entirety, but number one, the ancestors brought it forth. Number two, we know that in 1971, there was an enactment of Bretton Woods where the supposed money was taken even off the silver standard. In other words, all commodities were disconnected from the fiat, and the fiat was pretending to stand on its own. That's what Bretton Woods in the enactment was previously.
Islam,
Empress.
So with that stated, before you said that, you stated that we might hold off on our previous law. I immediately heard no, because if the spirit ancestors spoke to you for the fungibility species law, there was clearly a reason, and I see it as a covering to cover what we're bringing about next. So with that stated, I for one state that we vote and we do what we're going to do as we intended to do today, and then research and do our erudition about the other topic, the Bretton Woods public law, at a later date. But things must have order. So to state the fungibility law, wholesale fungibility law, is the first step for order, and then the Brentwood would be the next phase for number 9, completion. So that's just my thoughts on that.
Islam. The second document really won't really be any different from the first one by the time we're done with it. It won't be. And what we're going to do even on the 20th, regarding Bretton Woods agreement, we'll have it restated by the 20th for you to look over, and if you have any changes you will to add, we'll add those changes and vote on the final product, the final document at that time. So the bank agreement and all of that. So all Bretton Woods does is just say that all the nations will. Well, let's just read through it. We'll read through it, and then we'll put our energy on it and our spirit on it, and make that statement. So, with that being stated, is there anyone who wills to go ahead and vote aside from Empress Angel? Is there anyone else who's willing to either vote on the wholesale fungible property law? We had to change the name of it just that quickly. Wholesale fungible property law, and property probably has an IE at the end. So fungible property law.
Islam, I am happy to vote on that today.
Islam.
Islam, I'm ready.
Islam,
okay.
Justice and Bay, I affirm.
Okay, so that's 4 that are ready. Empress Minerva, and are we to know that and note that you will to wait based on your science?
I'm moved to whatever the Congress votes. So if we vote tonight, let's go.
Okay.
Islam.
Is ready to vote.
Noble Beings is ready to vote.
Islam.
Islam. Yemaya, however we say, is ready to vote. Majority rules.
Islam. The majority does rule. Those who do not will to vote today, we've not heard from anyone. Don't be quiet. Speak.
Islam.
Islam.
Justice Travis first. Justice Travis.
Malaka Choctaw.
Islam.
Are you voting to vote today on the law?
Sure.
Okay. I believe Justice Malik.
I have
to vote today?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Islam. Justice Kansu.
Vote today.
Okay. Anyone else?
Islam.
Islam.
Michael Mwamagi Bey. Yay.
Islam.
Islam, Darius Barcel. Yes, I'm willing to vote today.
Okay. Islam. Thank you, Nobility.
Sheriff Bay, Khalifa Territory. Vote today. I will vote today.
Islam. Thank you, Justice Sharif. Anyone else?
Tonus Alatope.
Islam.
Justice Tonus. Justice Tonus first, and then the other noble. Justice Tonus.
Tonus Alatope, Khalifa Territory. Yay. Let's do it.
Okay.
Islam.
And then noble. Thank you, Nobility.
Islam.
Islam, Nobility.
I consider today a good day to vote on it. Aramuji Bay, Memphis, Tennessee Territory.
Islam. Thank you, Nobility. Justice Morpheus. Are you saying vote or veto? Knowing our science.
My bad. It's supposed to be vote today instead of veto.
Okay.
I yield.
Islam.
Islam,
Nobility.
Yes. Bravo, Spike Hill, Virgin Land Territory. I vote yes.
Okay. Islam, Empress.
I'm going yes.
Okay. Islam. Is there anyone who votes no? We have a majority on yes thus far. Is there anyone?
Eddie J. Bates. I vote yes.
Okay. Islam. And for those who, thank you in the chat, also Justice Johnny, that's a yes. Justice Adrian, yes. So we will go ahead and vote. Empress Rima votes yes to vote on the wholesale fungible property law. So what we'll do is go ahead and vote on the law, and then we'll, again, like as we stated, we'll make adjustments and things as we go along. Some of the best advice I've ever received came from our Grand Sheikh Taj, who said, go ahead and get it started and we'll clean it up as we go. That has been the most useful and amazing information and counsel that I've ever received. Is go ahead and get it started. We can adjust and navigate as we go, because we're navigators. So we'll navigate as we go. So I vote that we vote on it today as well. So do we have all of the votes for going ahead and voting? We don't, those who and let me say this too, those who might feel that you don't want to vote on it today, don't be shy about saying that, because we honor your statements, because this is Congress. Everyone must be heard in Congress. So let's go ahead and take a vote on the wholesale fungible property law, where all property is hereby made fungible for gold and silver, coins and rounds, and more sovereign dollarium, gold and silver receipts. All in favor, please state your appellation, your territory, and yay or no. Yay or nay. And if we could, if you all would just take a look at the list of all who are here, and we can just go from the top of that list. Justice Ronnie. Justice Ronnie, if you'll star 6 with your vote. Okay, he may not be able to do so. So go ahead, anyone who wills to speak and vote.
Just Cynthia Ann Bay, Khalifa Territory, yay.
Islam.
Islam. Justice Angelica Yvette Dobbs Bay at Manawatu Territory. I affirm, yay, Islam.
Islam. Thank you, Empress.
Islam. Khalifa Territory, yay.
Justice Sharif, we have you. Yes, go ahead, Empress.
Islam. Empress Kenesha Lamb, Karima Bay at Virginia. Yay.
Yay, Islam.
Islam. Michael Lenoir McGee Bay, Mississippi Territory. Yay.
Islam. Empress Shasha.
Justice Sharon Piet Johnson, yay. Jamaica Territory.
Islam. Islam, nobility.
Islam. Eddie J. Bay, Illinois Territory. Yay.
Islam. Thank you, nobility.
Dr. L. Mecca Territory, the proud Mecca Territory. Yeah, that's a definite yay.
Islam. Thank you, nobility.
Islam.
Nona Marie.
Yes, Empress.
Can I continue? Nona Maria Bay, London Territory, yay.
Islam. Thank you, Empress.
Islam.
Empress Aisha.
Chief Justice Aisha L. Bay, yay.
Islam.
Michigan Territory.
Thank you, Empress. Justice Akil.
Islam. Akil Kanumbi Easley at Pennsylvania. Yay.
Islam. Thank you, nobility.
Islam.
Islam, Justice Kansu.
Hello. Kansu Khatib Bay, United Kingdom Territory. I vote yay.
Islam. Someone just said hello. We can hear you, whoever said that.
This is Melek.
Islam.
This is Melek, Moab Territory in the Raj Bay. We confirm?
Yes. So that's 2 votes. Yay. Right.
Yes.
Okay. Islam.
Islam. Justice Malika. Illinois Territories. Yay.
Islam. Thank you, Justice Malik.
Islam.
Islam, nobility.
Willis Smith, Mississippi Territory. Yay.
Islam. Thank you, nobility.
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
I'm voting nay.
Okay, Islam. Thank you, Empress.
Islam.
You have to state your appellation and territory, Empress, for the record.
Oh, sorry. This is Minerva Ross.
Islam. Thank you, Empress.
Islam.
Islam to the noble that was about to make a statement.
Pharaoh Spike Hill.
Yes.
Yay.
Okay.
Virgin
Islam.
Land.
Islam. There was another noble also.
Islam.
Islam, nobility.
Darius Barcel, Arizona Republic. Yay.
Islam. Islam.
Islam. Islam.
Islam, nobility.
Chief Justice Kyle L. Mohammed Bey, Trinidad and Tobago Territory. Yay.
Islam. Thank you, nobility. There was another noble also.
Paramuja Bay, Memphis, Tennessee Territory. I affirm.
Yes, Islam. Thank you, nobility.
Morpheus Pascal Ham,
Yes.
Feminine, affirm.
Islam. Great to hear your voice, Justice Morpheus. And then we have votes in the chat. All yays, by the way. Justice Adrian, he affirms. Empress Sabra affirms. Empress Denise affirms. Subject Belinda affirms. Justice Johnny affirms. And we have, and Empress Rima affirmed, as well as speaking her vote as well. And Empress Peace affirms.
Islam.
Islam nobility.
Noble Phoenix Mikael.
Islam.
Land of Flowers Territory. I affirm. Oh, can I get, there's three of us here. There's me, myself, and I. Can I throw all three in? Just kidding.
So we have a unanimous, not unanimous, we have, let me see, 20, 25, 26, and then Tajiri Bay, I affirm as well. So we have about 27 yays and 1 nay. It is Islam.
Yemaya, Harris Bay, Bronx Territory, Land of Nod, yay.
Yes, indeed. Islam. Thank you.
Islam.
The empresses, and then the emperor. There was 2 empresses. Islam
affirmed. AG, now Sandra Bay, Mahat El, Ancient Sia, Texas Territory.
Islam. Indeed.
Islam, Rosetta Rashida McCowan L, Khalifa Territory. I affirm.
Thank you, Empress. Islam. And there was a noble.
Islam. Noble Timothy Bay. Yay. Virginia Territory. Islam.
Islam. Thank you, nobility. Anyone else? Yes, thank you. Empress Lisa, thank you. Empress Amora, thank you. Islam. We are noting the number. So we're up to 35 yays, including the chat, and 1 nay. So it is a unanimous vote, and thank you all for your voting energy. So the wholesale fungible property law is now passed by this Congress. It does begin immediately. So when a law is passed, the first thing that we all do is begin notification to everything and everyone, particularly those places where at our territories where we've had interactions and done court actions and things of that nature. So we would advise, or not advise, we would highly suggest that as a matter of protocol, all Moors create an affidavit that states that this is the law. And you can put on your affidavit what is on the screen right now in terms of the law as of 2024, June 13, is that all property is fungible. Wholesale fungible property law. Property includes goods and services. Not services, goods and works. So, and it really should be all commerce, wholesale fungible commerce law. Are we okay with changing it from property to commerce?
Islam.
Yes. Yeah, that was our intention when we discussed it. Was that all? Because we were talking about groceries.
Agreed. Commerce is a more accurate term.
Yeah.
Islam.
Islam.
Commodities. That works well too.
Islam. Yes, it includes commodities as well, because anything commercial, anything going back and forth commercial, whether it be mercantilism, which is commodities in their raw form, or things that are second or third or fourth hand, such as the retail business, except it's not retail, it's commercial. Wholesale. It's wholesale for us. Islam nobility.
Yes, can we just add commercial and keep property in there? Does that cover like intellectual property rights?
It covers everything where commerce is involved. Is there commerce involved in that?
Yes.
Okay, so it's going to cover everything where there's an exchange. That is our intention for this particular law. Wholesale fungible commercial law.
Islam,
Empress.
For the well, I shared with you in a previous conversation how to write the law out, to spell it out. So the law number would be what again, please? And the Congress number would be what exactly?
So the number for the law is 20240613.
Okay.
Because we're using the ancient civic calendar. Okay.
And then the congressional number, would it be the 118th Congress or 32nd Congress?
It would actually be, the number would be the same as the law for our Congresses. Instead of it being the 330th Congress or the 205th Congress, we would actually be the first Congress continually. We're the first. This is the first Congress of all Congresses into perpetuity, because we're the only. This is the only Congress, really. And we're talking about the Moors overall.
Islam. Another question, please.
Yes.
The document, the law itself, will that be included under the video as an actual downloadable or extractable document? Because I would rather have that versus doing screenshots and then having to retype that.
We could do that. We could do that.
That would be greatly appreciated, because when I'm sending out notices, that's a lot of intense work in itself, or work in itself, not intense. And so that would make that a little easier if I can just reference this, or just have it somewhere easy where it can be referenced in a folder, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
Islam. Thank you.
Sure. Yes, we'll do that. We will do that. And we may cite some of the case law where fungible things are concerned. Here's some of the case law: Standard Bank of Canada v. Lohman, and then Edwards v. Cleveland Mills and Power Company. And of course, we would take out all of the, if we choose to put that in the writing. And then as you all receive the fungibility, the law, you can feel free to, if the Spirit leads you to add a few words to it, feel free to do so for your territories, because you know what's going on at your territories. it's going to be good to keep it simple, keep it limited to one page, because this law is actually going to have to be posted up. So we'll talk some more about that in a Congress coming up about the laws and the way that we put them out onto the land. So for right now, this that's on the screen is the law number, and the Congress number is 1. Islam Empress.
Oh, and from my perspective, as far as the law, it was the definitions, because the law is word, and word manifests into action. So when we define something, when you define a thing, that's where law is activated. So to me, that definitions was the law, and we spoke it, so it will be in the transcripts. So I myself will just take the time to restate it and listen and restate it on paper, and do that.
That's fine.
So, yeah, that's fine.
So moving on to the Bretton Woods piece, there's not really much to say about this. We've given you the links. The first document is the one that we're actually going to be restating. The other 2 will state the same thing that the first document states. Islam. Topic number 3, really quickly. You may not be able to see this. It's probably going to be quite small, so I'll make it bigger so that we can look at it. What's on the screen is from an email that I received back in 2018. When we first, were starting to do court actions, and we were going about looking at the study and doing the things that it takes to continue getting our courts up and active and doing, doing what, to where we are now, really. I had sent an email, several emails, and a lien, I think. Yeah, I sent a lien, I believe, and several emails to someone, a subject that was doing business as Mr. Duff, James Duff. Mr. Duff. When you're talking about subjects, Mr. is a title too, so we don't use that title.
Aisha has completely failed in court.
What we have done
on Monday, June 7th.
We sent an email and some correspondence about the courts, and we told them we let them know about the Moorish American Consular Court. And this is the response that we got back. And the reason we're showing this response is so that
Aisha to talk about her eviction coming up on Monday.
So that you all know, the reason we're showing this is so that you all know. The reason we're showing this is so that you all know that there is no question about whether anyone has any authority over our courts, to include our consular courts. So after sending correspondence and sending a few things out, this is what was received back. And this was before we did the fiduciary document and all of that. It says, to whom it may concern, this message is in response to several emails you have sent to James Duff, Director of the Administrative Office of the U.S. Courts. And we know that's not real. That's not a real thing. Please discontinue writing to Mr. Duff. Please be advised that the duties of the Administrative Office of the U.S. Courts can be found at 28 U.S.C. Sec. 604. We know that doesn't exist either. The duties of the director and the services provided by the administrative office are solely for United States courts. That authority does not extend to the Moorish American Consular Courts. The reason we're bringing this out is to make it known that even the subjects know, subjects in the office of, that were previously acting as courts, but now they're subjects in the office of, they're stating here that their perceived enacted authority is not over any Moorish American Consular Court at all. They're saying it right here in black and white, really. So we will, to show that, because we received some information from one of the empresses, Empress Chris, sent us an email probably a year ago, and you know we were so inundated that we literally almost gave up on trying to go through all the emails because it was just so many. And so we've recently gotten back to looking at them again. So the reason we're bringing this up is because we want to thank Empress Chris for this document that she sent an email about, and I believe she did place a lien on the public record regarding this document as well. Let's see if we can get a copy of it on the screen. Probably, maybe not. Oh, it might be showing. Let's see. We will to show you that here, just a moment. The meeting is open, nobilities. Okay, Islam. So we will to show you this document that came across. It is a public administrative order, quote unquote, which we know that this is just an enactment. But we want to point out that those that were previously acting as courts still did not have any authority where money is concerned, but that courts, real courts, have a specific registry or recordation where funds are concerned. So what it says here is the court, having determined under Local Rule 67 that it is necessary to adopt local procedures to ensure uniform administration of the court's registry, hereby orders that the following procedures shall govern the receipt, deposit, investment, tax administration, and subsequent disbursement of registry funds. So this just tells you what funds, what happens to funds once they are given to a court, quote unquote. And throughout this whole document, it's a four-page document, so it's relatively short in comparison to the things that we look at. It's 4 pages, and nowhere on this 4 pages does it say anything about the type of species that courts can or cannot accept. Okay?
Blah, 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 blah. None of this shit works.
What it says is this is the process, and it talks about what happens with the monies when they're received by a court.
It's not going to stop Aisha from being evicted.
So, not once in here does it say anything about Federal Reserve debt notes. So, in other words, those that were, even in the previous era, they were not supposed to be receiving that stuff. However, due to proper species, them being a form and not real species, they had to take a form of money and not real money in their enactment. So I just will to put this on the public record as something that we are restating, so that we know what the process is and where money goes when it is put into the court system. Okay. There are some keys in here. We're putting this here because it's also a great study mechanism. Here it says money from each case deposited in their system, because again, it was just systems, shall be pooled together with those on deposit with Treasury to the credit of other courts in the CRIS in their system, and used to purchase government account series securities through the Bureau of Public Debt, which will be held at Treasury in an account in the name and to the credit of the Director of the Administrative Office of the United States Courts. Okay. It says, so what this is saying, Islam nobility. So what this is saying is that the money that, the quote unquote money, that any money that was ever given, if there was a traffic ticket issued, if there was a, anything issued in the enactment, parking tickets, whatever it is, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
Those funds went through the mechanisms of the Treasury, of fiscal services, and the account for the courts under a name. It was a credit to the courts. And so now this is proof, and it answers the question, if anyone had any question, about why, quote unquote, police were so heavily vested in issuing all of those things repeatedly to you and having you to continue to pay. See, those processes were never fair processes, because the fake police, the fake judge, the fake prosecutor, and the fake public defender, quote unquote, were all on the same payroll. They were all on, none of it was independent of anything. Now, Islam nobility.
I just wanted to add, what they did was create a financial obstacle course. So
yes.
when you move through the system, you're always paying something, and then they're using that money to trade on the stock exchange. Bonds that they place on property, on individuals. It's a whole racket.
Yes. It was a racket. And the Treasury, the thing that they were calling the Treasury, was not a real Treasury.
Islam
nobility.
Yeah, just adding furthermore to that, the claims, the everything that they were doing, again, were claims, forgive me, against our supposed abandoned estates. And that's why they were making all of these claims, because I can't talk.
You okay, nobility? Are you? Okay. This also lets us know that anybody that was trying to access a quote-unquote Treasury direct account was never going to get anything from that, because you were seen as a debtor by the system. So all of that whole system was working together to keep you in debt. The whole thing. And this is further proof that this is proof that supported or supports our termination for all corporate contracts, because it didn't matter whether because see, there were some Moors who were thinking, oh, I'll just terminate these contracts, but I'll keep the social because I need that for a benefit. There was no way to do that. There was no way to do that. You cannot escape debt by terminating some contracts and not all of them. What we suggested and what we continue to suggest to the heirs is that you terminate all contracts in writing and then move in the direction of doing that in your actual everything that you do. Okay?
Islam,
Empress.
Also, the attorneys, they open what's called IOTA accounts, which are short-term investment accounts in their client's name.
Yeah, so then there were 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 or 30 or 40 accounts being opened in the name of a person so that everybody could get paid except the person, except you. You're not a person, but except the people. And see, the IOTA account is different from the court, quote unquote, account. The case number was an account number in the enactment. And then Islam nobility.
What was that? GMI.
GMI was a website where it just listed all of the different places where accounts were being created using your numbers. So to speak. Those were not really your numbers; those were the system's numbers.
Well, I did a Google search on GMI, and I got a utility company.
Because it is GMEI utility. The names and numbers were a utility.
Okay. So
it's called it's on all the liens, it's called a debtor transmitting utility.
Okay. Debtor transmitter utility.
A debtor transmitting utility. That is what the person that they created was. So all that black and white mail in the enactment that you think you're getting mail, no, that's a system, and they're speaking to their courts, and they're trying to push everything on their courts, and your job is to create your creditor person and push all the credits and all the wealth and everything to your person.
Okay. So
this document, I'm grateful to Empress Chris because it actually just made things so much clearer. They opened funds, a disputed ownership fund. The disputed ownership fund was a fund that said, we know these funds are here, but where's the real creditor? Where is the real creditor? Because it's titled in the name of the case giving rise to the deposit invested in the fund. So that would be, if the name was Pauline Ritchie and she was charged with trespassing or something of that nature, there was a fund created there as well as the IOTA account, as well as several other accounts. They just gave the accounts different names in their enactment. Islam, Empress.
I just want to mention that IOTA stands for interest on trust account.
And here's the thing, they were all in trust with each other, but they were triple and quadruple dipping in that trust.
Yeah.
So, And then here it mentions the Federal Reserve, quote unquote, with a Fed Invest application. So it was just a big, giant, let's eat off of them situation. And then there was a custodian. Custodian is authorized and directed to deduct the CRIS fee of an annualized 10 basis points on assets and blah, 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 blah. But this just goes to show you that the fiduciary, which is a custodian and a fiduciary are the same. A fiduciary is the one who has the authority to move things around and change things and add and subtract and all of that in court cases. So you can see here where court cases, quote unquote, were, look, the custodian is further authorized and directed by this order to withhold and pay federal taxes due on behalf of the fund, disputed ownership fund, the DOF, the disputed ownership fund. Again, they're just telling us what our job is, where our courts are concerned, not their acting, but our courts. To withdraw money deposited in the court system, quote unquote, a party must file a motion for withdrawal of the funds, which includes addressing the disposition of interest earnings. Okay? So, to protect the personal identifiers contained therein, the party must simultaneously email the clerk of court the name, address, and social security number, or EIN, employer identification number, as well as a completed IRS Form W-9 for each recipient for the purpose of issuing a 1099 INT. And 1099s is what we were supposed to be issuing to all courts whenever they were trying to elicit and extract resources from us in the enactment.
Islam
nobility.
That was part of, forgive me, that was part of what I was going to make mention of in learning what they were doing. As I've been doing my deep research on this, I understood that that was something we were supposed to have been doing ourselves, because they're engaged in a quote unquote criminal enterprise, racketeering type operation. They would never report the securities they were issuing off of your claimed to be abandoned estates. Thus, they were engaged in tax evasion. Yeah. Your job as the creditor is to make sure your books were accurate and that you reported. And the Internal Revenue Service back then would not act unless the creditor stepped forward in a creditor capacity and reported it.
Yep.
The debtors didn't have any say in there. But when you acted as a creditor, they would treat you like one. Yeah. But we were not aware of what we needed to do because of the trickery, the legalese, etc. Now we know better.
Yeah.
All right. And because we claimed our estates and we've done all these other things, now we're in a better position as a real creditor to start acting like them, or not start acting, but to be the creditor that we are.
Yes.
Islam.
So my question is, should it be a benefit to us when we know that a lot of times they don't do what they say they're going to do? Would it be a benefit to us to make them our fiduciary?
It would not, because they're already acting as that, and many people are in debt because of that. They're the ones pushing the debt. They're acting as that already by trying to make people pay fiat.
Okay.
So it would be to our benefit to be our own fiduciary and be our own court.
Okay.
And then if you look here, it says no money will be dispersed from the court's registry without order of the court. And the same court that's pushing the debt is not about to say, turn around and give anybody anything.
They still don't.
They're not.
Islam, I affirm. Could you please put this link to the document in the chat, please? I'd like to examine it further.
I absolutely tried to do that, and it came up to it did it from my computer. There was an email that was sent to me with this on it. Let's see. Okay, I'll go to the top and pull it up online if I can get a hold of it. And I'm pretty sure I can.
Gratitude.
It says this order supersedes some code and abrogates all prior orders of this court regarding the deposit and investment of registry funds. It is so ordered. And so again, this does not have a stamp and seal on it, so it's still not valid. But let me give you the number of this. If you would, Empress, can you Google this quote-unquote public administrative order?
All right, one moment. Let me just flip my screen down.
Yeah, and then we'll see if we can't get a link to it in the chat, because my link leads back to my files on my computer, which won't help anybody.
No problem. Just one moment. Let's see.
But this is the process of money going through our courts. Now, let me say this about the difference between this racket and our courts. Our courts operate the same way for the most part because all is under our authority. However, there's honor in the things that we do. And that's the difference, is we are honorable.
Oh, Islam, it came up. I'll put it in the chat. Yes.
Thank you, Empress, so much. I knew that it would come up at some point. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So this is worthy of our study. This is worthy of our study.
Mm-hmm.
There's the link in the chat.
Empress.
Islam, Empress.
I would like to get back in the meeting on my computer.
Yes, Islam.
Islam.
It's unlocked, Empress. So this is definitely worth our study as we begin doing the things that we're doing, and because money will be going on to our recordation.
Make-believe world. Make-believe.
And particularly once Bretton Woods is on the record, also do the studies. Do the study on these USC codes, and as we know, when we're restating things, we spell everything out, United States Code, and we spell all of that out because there's a difference between their stuff and ours is the court recording investment system. The court recording investment system. And again, Morris, this is what we're saying about everything is a system. It's a system, and when you speak to that system the right way, that system will respond. And those that were previously acting as courts, all they did was look at the system and see what the system says, or put some things in the system based on something they received from the people. And that's why our affidavits are so important. Because the system, those that are sitting in those places, all they were doing was waiting for some paper, some documents with a signature on them to come through. Whether you signed a ticket, quote unquote, whether you signed a court order, quote unquote, or any of that stuff, that was something they could feed into the system, and then the system has its algorithm, and then that algorithm spits out a bill on what is to be owed or what's to be paid or whatever. Isn't it interesting that no matter how many times you went to court, you never got money back, quote unquote, and you weren't because it wasn't a real court. They never called you in or pulled you over to give you money. Never did that. Islam nobility.
I can't help but wonder if my fellow congressmen and women and brothers and sisters, heirs, are making the connection between what you're sharing right here, right now, with the financial aspect of what they were doing and our current lien, levy, and bond process. And the documents that are so important that I took the time to share what the reinsurance means, okay? I hope that some of you are making the connection, because literally they're telling you, I'll just use one as an example. One of them says the bonded statutes, payment bond.
Yes.
Okay. Bonded statutes. How many really know what that meant? The statutes and codes that they always reference and charged your vessel with were bonded. And a bond means a promise to pay. So who's got to fulfill the promise to pay? Your vessel, because your vessel got charged because it was in this improper place. You didn't state it. It had no head. It was abandoned. It was a treasury ship just waiting to be extorted. Okay? And in the old era. So that's what they did, and they did it very good. They had a whole system to do that. Now that we've done what we've done, wow. Can you now understand why the system is imploding? Why it's falling apart all around us? Yeah. Why the prophet said, I'm going to bring everything to a halt because I'm going to wake up them sleepy Moors and they're going to get active because I want active Moors. And as soon as they get busy, the system's going to just say, please, mercy, mercy. No, they're not saying that. They're falling by the wayside left and right. It's like you're holding a shark in the water and he can't move. He's dying.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening with the system. Islam,
Empress.
Islam.
This brings light to some things that I was doing in the past when I was doing a removal of funds from the court registry and writing those documents, and they would get so upset, not wanting to release the funds and the interest to the funds. They were like, well, how is she able to do this? So this right here is giving even more light to what's going on. And then you would pay for things with your, fiat or credit card, they were actually creating another bond for them to get additional money.
Yes. Every quote unquote dollar that came in was a new bond because they have bond numbers on them. Every exchange was a new one. So now let me say this about that too. I saw a word in here that just, I thought, oh, that's a huge doggone key right there. That's a huge key. I don't mean doggone key, but it's a huge key. I see in here the word litigants. And I thought to myself, I haven't seen that word in many years, because the last time I saw that word being used in a supposed court was on the People's Court. Remember that show, The People's Court, with the actor that was acting as Judge Wapner, The People's Court?
Yeah.
Well, he used to call them litigants sometimes. So I'm thinking to myself, well, if the litigant has privy to information, then who is the defendant and the plaintiff? Who are those? Who's holding those offices? Well, those offices are mute offices. They're mute. A litigant can speak because a litigant, those that were previously pretending to be attorneys, those are considered litigants because they're litigating. Litigate. Lita means word, like literature. Gate means government. To litigate means to govern the words. So even in, I thought about it, Moors should never be plaintiffs and defendants. They should always be litigants. if they're going to do something, on their behalf. If they're going to a court, like if I were going to come to one of your courts because I had an issue, which I don't, but if I was going to come to your court, I would be a litigant in your court. I would not come to your court as a defendant or a plaintiff or a petitioner or something like that. I would be a litigant. Because litigants don't have attorneys or counsel, quote unquote. Litigants litigate for themselves. So, but we know that we're all justices and judges as well. Islam Empress.
Well, just for conversation's sake, that trumps pro se as well.
Yes.
Sounds like.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And see, that's really good that you brought that up, because in 2018, had I used the word litigant, I probably could have had the fake court, the U.S. Seattle District Court, which is not a real court. But at that time, I did not know that in 2018, because I had just woken up in 2017. And had I used that term, they would have actually had to hear what I had to say. Now, would they have ruled in my favor? Probably not, because no, that's not their job. Their job is not to rule in favor of any sovereign. Their job is to prove to the sovereign that, okay, you're in the wrong place. That's their job, because they're subjects to us. We shouldn't go to subject. That's like the dog wagging the tail, or the tail wagging the dog, rather. So, take a look at this, Moors, so that we I guess we better click on this so that we have it. Take a look at this so that you know it's a 4-page process of what happens with the monies. Okay. And again, when they say no money will be disturbed from a court's registry without order of the court, that means that if you're thinking that you're going to get something from them, but you're not being the court, okay, just like us, we have been able to make ourselves even more wealthy, if that's even possible, by issuing the court orders for ourselves and for our person. We have a $100 million win in court over the city of Federal Way, etc. But they're broke, they're bankrupt, they can't afford to pay. So we issue it to ourselves in our own account. And this Congress actually issued the ruling, because we did that by way of this Congress. This Congress were the jury of my peers. I remember it like it was yesterday. And that's on the public record also. Islam. There is another document that I will to share with you. Oh, this document right here. Whew, my word. We will to show you, just a moment, let me grab this really quickly. We will to show you with this particular document that Empress Chris sent a year ago. Remember, we placed a lien on the quote-unquote DTCC, Depository Trust Clearing Corporation. That was done back in 2018, somewhere around there. If you'll notice here, this document lists The following firm will retire from all services as detailed below. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. Last trade date, May 19th, 2023. In the enactment.
Everything is possible in make-believe world.
Did you know that?
Make-believe.
Did you know that Wells Fargo Bank, quote unquote, retirement from all services? And that has everything to do with liens.
Oh, you make-believe world. Make-believe.
Everything to do with liens, levies, and bonds. So we have been looking at these things. There are others. Capital management companies, national securities companies, quote unquote, funds and trust funds, etc. Mellon, the Mellon Bank.
Islam. May I please?
Yes.
I just seen an article about Mellon and how they dropped the name Mellon off of the BNY, and they said they're and it has everything to do with this. Islam.
Yes, indeed. Raymond James and Associates, Inc. Larson Financial Securities, Phoenix American Financial Services, consulting companies, etc. Alpaca Securities.
Liens work. The process works.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely it does.
If I also may, right quick, also in the news, in the articles, the actors from the Netherlands and the Dutch pretending to be king and queen, they visited, they were here, they began their, visit this Monday past. And they came to state of New York. So they didn't come to the land, they came to the state of New York. And they were, in the article, it was, saying that they wanted to, did you put that link in the chat?
I did put that link in the chat, Francis Rose. Thank you.
No worries. And they was looking to have, reassurances from those actors, because of all the work that we've been doing thus far. And I've had a few conversations, and there were treaties with the Dutch. I'm not sure about the Netherlands, but from my understanding, there was a treaty somewhere along the lines. And so from the enactment of their, visit to the states of, because they traveled to different states. But one I know they acted coming to the acting state of New York to see the acting governor, because they wanted to reassure the actors that things would be, fine. I just laughed and said nothing will be fine from their perspective, because they don't have the authority to even say that. So that to me was just confirmation that if they were that scared, as we like to say, something what we're doing is working.
Yeah.
So
just one moment. Noble Phoenix, the link to this, if you could pull this document up on Google and see if you can pull up document number 9302.
Yes, I'm working on it. Yep. Thank you.
If it comes up, can you put the link in the chat, please?
Of course.
Thank you. There are so many of these out there where the actors have stopped acting as banks and things. They're just it's a wrap on all of them, really. It's a wrap on all that acting. Everyone knows that though. Were you all aware that of this piece of information here? Let me pull it up just really quickly. There's a bit of information that, just a moment, let's pull this up.
Yes, Islam. The petrodollar failed on June 9th, 2024.
In the enactment, this ended. Let me say this. Empress Minerva just put it in the chat too. Let me say this about that, about all of this stuff. None of that would have happened had we not been doing the work that we're doing. Just so that you all are aware that, yes, these processes work.
So where does the people's money go that they, the investors that had invested in these companies and stuff, what happens to what they had in what they thought they had in there?
They don't get anything. They don't get anything because it lapsed.
Okay.
And some people say 50 years. This one here says 80 years. So, listen, Moors, we're going to continue, and this is why our Bretton Woods being placed on the public record is so important right now for us, because the actors have stopped acting. So let me say this about the acting. I'm going to ask a question, and the question is going to seem like it's not related, but it absolutely is, and most of you will see that when I ask the question. When someone is supposed to meet you and they don't meet you, what do they call that? If someone is supposed to meet you and they don't show up,
they stood you up.
They stood you up.
A
disappointment. Empress Rose said it. They stood you up. Think about that. If they're not doing it, we're standing. Think about that. And see, the only way they would stop acting is because we stand. It can't be two. We're not talking to them and they're not talking to us.
And if they did meet you, they set you down.
They set you down. And that's why we don't go to their fake venues. We are the court. We do the commanding and things.
Can we take over their court and be the court in their court?
You can't. Yes, but yes, you will be the only court there. So you're still being stood up. You see, by what you just stated, you're still being stood up.
Islam.
Yes, Empress.
May I take a moment to just, this is all about my previous situation, because I was kidnapped by the subjects in the Jamaican Constabulary Force and brought specifically to their court in an attempt for them to sit me down. And when I was brought to their court, and I was the court.
Yes.
And I informed them that I was the court.
Yes.
And at that point, that's when they remanded me for 6 weeks for psychological evaluation. Their modus operandi, when you come speaking the truth and the law, this is what it was an attempt to actually lose me in the court system. because they knew and know I stand and am standing and the law. And so as we discuss these things and you state what you're stating, it is absolutely the case. We don't go to their venue. And if we do and are forced there, I mean, literally kidnapped and brought there, that was truly, then we stand still as the court.
Yes. Yes.
And that is absolutely the fact. And I walked out of their court on my own standing.
Yes.
Even as they, the whole thing was about there was never a charge, never a case, because there couldn't be anyway, and they knew that. The attempt was to literally lose me in their fraudulent system.
Which was not going to happen because...
Well, I'm here, and it couldn't happen.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm standing. And so, but anyway, as we talk about the courts and the finances, and being on the inside for so long, everything that you have presented to this Congress and the statements is absolutely the truth, as you already know. I mean, But
so then, excuse me.
Wait a minute. Let Empress Shasha finish, y'all, please.
So anyway, I just say all of these things to say all of the study, all of the study that I have been doing, we've all been doing, but I'm speaking of me at this particular moment, became, well, it's been practical because I've been demonstrating, but this particular exercise was the practical, the practice made perfect.
Yeah.
So it's so clear. It's so very, very clear. They fully know who we are, that we are standing. There are few, and I can say that, or at least few so visible, and so that's how they managed to do enact what they enacted. But anyway, that's all. I'm just stating that it is about, no, we don't go to their venues, and even when they drag you to their venues, we still stand, and we still are.
Well, that's actually the point, Empress, is that we're the court, period. No matter what, we're the court.
We're the court. I mean, there's Supreme Court stare decisis.
Yes. Yes.
There's stare decisis that absolutely affirms that.
Yes.
That it's a fact. So
yes.
So anyway, I yield. I just wanted to share that because I'm seeing it so clearly.
Yeah.
And I just wish to share that with everyone.
Thank you, Empress. Yeah. There can only be one head. Only one.
And they know it.
Noble Phoenix, you're putting something in the chat. Is that about the DTCC document?
That's the same document. I did find it. I also found there's about 20 more that have been done from that time in 2023 through 2024. So that's not a one-time, thing. This has been updated many times in the past 12 months, many times.
And you know what? We can put lien by lien. We can put liens, levies, and bonds beside each one of those right there, just about.
Yeah.
Don't tell me liens don't work. Don't tell me that.
I was going to say, to me, this also explains why at the beginning of 2023, January, I received interest in email from the DTCC, giving me an account. They sent this to my email. They gave me an account. They gave me a number of other things. I don't know why. I don't know how it happened, but it did. And then as I started digging into it to try to understand what it all meant, I eventually lost interest in it, of course, because it was all babble and it was too confusing and I couldn't get a straight answer. And it would have been a waste of time anyway because it wasn't going anywhere, and we were still doing liens on the side, closing them down, so there was nothing to open up.
Yeah.
So it was very interesting that happened.
Well, you know, here's the thing about that. All the DTCC did was hold contracts. That's all they did was hold contracts. They held contracts between the Federal Reserve and the Treasury, quote unquote, and we know those were actors, so they weren't really doing all that. But in the enactment, the DTCC held the quote unquote birth certificate and the quote unquote social and the quote unquote one other one, the baptismal
marriage license as well.
They just held contracts. The initial one.
And speaking of that, every time in our sleep that we ask for a benefit or we sign something,
they
were taking that signature, running and making a security out of it, which is a claim against the estate. And those are the contracts that they were managing and securitizing behind the scenes to the tune that they do, I think they said 4 trillion transactions a month, not a year, a month. And when I seen that number, I said, what the heck are they doing 4 trillion of a month? Now it makes sense. When you stop and think about all the benefits, all the things that people are signing out there, asleep, don't know that this is what they've been doing behind the scenes. So everything in commerce is what's being run through them, or was, past tense.
So now that we create our own birth certificates and birth affidavits and state security numbers and all that, we've created all of that ourselves. Now we're the depository trust. We're the depository trust. Islam.
Justice Nathaniel and I, we put some links in the chat. And if they're evidence and proof, as we show and prove that what we do has manifestation. And so I just wanted to state that for the record. And also, when Empress Sasha, by the way, welcome. Glad to hear you free. And we always known you were free, but your body may manifest beyond the POW and the demonstration, that part.
Thank you.
Yes. And then when you stated to stand still, you know, I just came back from one strong with my kinfolk down south, and it was very, very, very. Let's just leave it there for now. And so, when we say the word "stand still," as it comes from the Biblios, "stand still, know that I am God," a lot of people take that and they construed it. Though, as I heard it from the lips of Empress Sasha, I was likened to restate it and to stand. Oh, still stand and know that I am God. Still stand and know that I am God. Still stand and know that I am God. Because a lot of people think that, oh, stand still, like, oh, I got to stand still out of fear, or I got to stand still out of hesitation, or I got to stand still because I don't know what to do. I got to stand still because I don't have no authority. No, it's still stand and know that you are God. Because still stand and know that you are God. And again, still stand and know that you are God. Islam.
I did not intend to say stand still, but if I did, my apologies. But I know that quote is be still and know that ye are God.
Yeah.
Be still. Yeah. And that stillness is of the mind.
Yeah.
And the heart. And because you can be doing, but you're being still. It's a different meaning, at least to my understanding. But thank you for that. And let me, if I may, just interject. Thank you for that schooling that the video that you all did, the United Nations, in support of my standing. I thank you all who participated in that. So I just wanted to pop that out there. I yield.
Empress, you know you were on our minds and hearts and all of that, and on our lips as well. We spoke of you.
I know, I felt it, and I was with you all. So
yes, indeed. Empress Aisha, were you going to make a statement?
Kind of similar, yes. Since I am the only Chief Justice standing up, I am the only bona fide Article 3 court of record. Then the actuality is this: I am beneficiary of my all caps name, standing as a juristic person. Therefore, this is an Article 3 court, and I am canceling this eviction. I am canceling this foreclosure, and you are reprimanded to, by the list of damages, to reimburse the beneficiary of.
Well, Empress, they don't have anything to reimburse you with. That's the only issue.
Okay.
And now that's one issue. The main issue though is they have a person, and that person is dead, and that dead person is faking with the same name as you, as your appellation. You have a living natural person with your appellation that you've given your person. You must tell them that their person is dead, and you and your person are the living.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Knowing that they cannot speak to your person. Without your permission, they cannot speak to your person. Even with your permission, they can't speak to your person simply because they're dead. Their person is dead. So it's like an evil twin that they created.
Right.
And they keep talking to their evil twin, hoping that you will answer. Okay? Right. So instead of answering, you rebut. They can't do anything for you. They can't do anything for you. They don't have any money. You have all the money.
Okay.
Okay. So, but Empress, keep standing and keep stating and keep being yourself, because even as we speak, changes and things are happening that is going to assist even further in terms of all of us being together and standing together. So continue to stand. We're with you.
Islam.
And with that stated, we affirm your court action that you have done professed thus far, and the realization that you are the only Article 3 courts at your land where you domicile. Islam, we affirm.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Justice Cynthia Ann Bay, I affirm. Islam.
Islam. Indeed. There was an acting sheriff oath of office and an acting sheriff bond that I was going to show you really quickly. I'll show the bond. This is how bogus and just fake. Look at this thing acting like a bond. No, nothing at the top. No, nothing. And it's supposed to be for a quote-unquote sheriff. No seal, no stamp, no nothing.
Islam, I can honestly say I recognize this because, of my history in the insurance. This was standard. This is what they did.
Yes.
This is what they all look just like this, similar. And Travelers was the main company that ended up doing the casualty and surety bonds, because almost everyone else pulled out for reinsurance purposes, because they needed a deep pocket, and Travelers still had reinsurance. They had other companies insuring their insurance.
Yes.
It was multi-layered. That was what reinsurance really was. And they were one of the few ones left who was still providing that. So they end up being a monopoly on the market, more or less, Islam.
Yes. And their bonds were only for 25,000 anyway.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
And it was a penal sum. It wasn't a something to help. It was penalty. That was the problem with all those quote unquote bonds that were being created every time somebody went to a fake court, is that those were penalties. You were being penalized every time. And people and that's the problem with people trying to get benefit from a fake court or a fake action, is it's a penalty. You don't want that.
I can witness to that. I just paid one today.
Yeah. You know what, Empress, I thank you for your willingness to be open with us about that. Mm-hmm. Because you must know the difference between their person and your person. See, you're paying for their person and not your person.
Okay.
You know? And when I say person, all it is the all caps name.
I understand.
Yeah.
But our all caps name, as I understand it, is that you first write in juristic person in all capital letters, and then write your name in all capital letters behind it, which also gives you ownership of your person.
It doesn't give you ownership of your person. You creating your person gives you ownership of your person. And you do that not on their paper, but on your paper first.
Okay.
That's what your fiduciary document is creating your person.
Okay.
Okay. So do the study on our fiduciary document.
Right.
So that you will know that no matter what the letters are, you've already created and you control all letters. Okay. All numbers and all of that. Now, you're welcome, Empress. There is some quote-unquote cases, and this is just for case study. I'll put the link to this case in the chat because I actually took the time to look at this fraud and madness taking place in the enactment, in the funny mirror. And they're trying to send all kinds of messages to the Moors when they do their enactments. Moors, they're trying to send all kinds of messages to us when they're doing their enactment. In this particular enactment, one thing that I noticed at minute 105 and minute 150 and minute 151, or 1 hour and 51 minutes. Okay, so at 1 minute and 5 seconds, so at the very beginning, at 1 minute and 5 seconds of this video that I put the link to in the chat, there's a fake judge and the camera stays on the fake judge. And here's the thing, this tells you that they're already in subject status. We just have to know it. When the jury is entering the court, the fake judge stood. You know how normally everybody would be seated, including the jury and everybody in their enactment previously. And then the fake judge would be the last one to walk in with a bailiff yelling, "All rise," and everybody rise up because the fake judge came, right? That's how it was in the previous era. The fake judge would be the last one to come in, and everybody would have to stand, and then they would assume jurisdiction because you stood, and then they would put you back in a shallow grave by telling you to sit, be seated. Don't stand and be the government, be seated. So in this case, enactment, at 1 minute and 5 seconds, the fake judge, he actually stands up and waits for the jury to come in. And then when the jury gets ready to go out, someone yells, "All rise," and the fake judge stands up and waits for the people. That's at 1 hour and 50 minutes, you can see in this video. He waits for the people to leave before he sits his behind back down and he continue acting. And I'm not mad at him. I just thought, wow, they really are doing their best to let us know that they're in subject status, they're doing what is being told. But if Moors keep calling them judge, if Moors keep calling them police and things like that, and then at 1 hour and 51 minutes, he stands up and says, he basically affirms that they haven't even properly identified the quote-unquote Moor in the case. They haven't even properly identified him except by anything he signed. If he signed something, then they got him. If he don't sign nothing, they don't have him. So I just looked at it and I watched, the process and I said we've got to start, because we stated that we were going to start some case study not classes, but you could call it a class, but it's not really a class because we're teaching each other. Some case study assemblies so that we can look at things like this so that we will know what we're really looking at. Okay. Islam.
I mean to break your thought, but if you watch that anywhere in there, do they call the Moors sovereign citizens, or is this just the title?
That's just the title of it. That's the title of the and I'll just call him for proper use of the word an ignoramus. That means ignorant in Latin. So I'm not saying anything that's not true. The ignoramus who put the video up put that as a title of the video. However, or not a title, but a brand or a label of the video. However, because sometimes when we see things like this, we just automatically shut it off. But the ancestor said, watch this so that you can see, because I'm trying to show you something here. So as I looked at it, no proper form, no proper nothing. They're not doing anything as they should in those fake courts. They're not. But if the Moors that are supposedly attending there don't know that they're not real judges, they're actually doing everything to show you they're not a real judge. If they're standing when the people come in, that means they're not judging the case. If someone yells, all rise, and the fake judge stands up, that means he's not really there to judge anything. And in this case, that's what happened. And they just keep, but the Moors have got to wake up. Those brothers have got to wake up and know the law, and then start moving away from that fiat piece too. And we won't state any appellations, but we will state that move away from that fiat, start moving away. You may not be able to do it all at once, but start moving away so that this stuff can stop happening. Because there's no such thing as a sovereign citizen. That doesn't exist. So with that being stated, let's do those who will to take the time to do the case study on this particular case and just hear what's going on and look at it and do the study and take notes. It would be a good study for those justices, for all of us really, but for those justices who will to go into their study in that manner. Now, some other general knowledge for the record. In the Biblios, and again, this is on a different topic, but not really. The Biblios states that patriarchs offer instruction and matriarchs issue the law. That is stated in Proverbs, the 1st chapter, verse 8. It says, my son, hear the instruction of thy father. That means listen to the things your father has to say, and forsake not the law of thy mother. It is mother's law and father's instruction. And when mother and father are working together, you can't lose. Matriarch is the law. Patriarch is instruction. Islam. It's in the book. It's in the ancient writings. Proverbs 6:4. Humility is the fear of the Lord. Its wages are rich and honor and life. And we looked up the word humility. Humility is defined in the Biblios as respect for yourself. You are the Lord. That means humility is not somebody running all over you and treating you like a doormat. Humility is simply respect for yourself and nothing other than that. So when someone is saying, ooh, you're not being humble, that's scary, ooh. No, they're just saying you're not having respect for yourself. And they don't probably realize that that's what they're saying, but that's what the dictionary and the word says. Humility is the fear of the Lord. And when we respect ourselves, riches, honor, and life. Where have we heard those three words together? Where? Does anyone know the document where riches, honor, and life are mentioned? Because see, in history, Islam, Empress.
I venture to say the Constitution.
Close, very close. The document is connected to that.
Treaties?
That's close. They're all one document, but that's close, but not quite.
Northwest Ordinance?
Close, but not quite.
Bill of Rights?
Close, very close, but not right, not correct. It's the one you all didn't say.
Articles of Confederation. Articles of Confederation.
No.
Declaration of Independence.
That's it. The Declaration of Independence. Declaration for Independence. In that document, first and foremost, they appeal to the judge for the whole earth, which is all of us. That's their appeal to heaven. So whenever you see them flying an appeal to heaven flag, that is what they're referring to. And all of us are the judges for all the earth and all the heavens and all the world. But in the Declaration for Independence, they pledge their riches, their fortunes, their honor, and their lives. That's almost the last, second to the last, or the last sentence in the Declaration for Independence.
Islam,
Empress.
This even proves more that when you see them enacting in court, that they're outside of the God's law. And anything that's contrary to the law is null and void.
Of course. Proverbs chapter 6, these following verses, verse 7, verse 26, and verse 27. We prepay at every transaction, or we borrow from our trust and not from anyone else. The rich rule over the poor. Now, listen, people seem like they have a problem with that when it's us, but that previous era, they didn't have a problem with that. But it's in the Biblios. The rich rule over the poor, and rich does not only mean, it means money, it means gold and silver, but it also means knowledge, rich in knowledge and information and study and status. There's only one rich people. Only one. All land, all natural resources, and all commerce. The borrower is slave to the lender. So we can borrow from our trust and not be a slave. because we're borrowing from our own trust. Same thing for the subjects. The subjects are not slaves when they have our nature. When they have our nature.
Islam. So that would mean this whole time the system has been predicated upon our credits or our riches, and they have been the borrowers.
Absolutely, yes. But we did not know that. So we kept stepping into the enactment of a slave, a servant, a borrower. It says, do not be one who shakes hands in pledge or puts up security for debt. If you lack the means to pay, your very bed will be snatched from under you. And here's the thing. We have our own money, so we will never lack to pay. And we're not even paying outside of our species. How about that? Never outside of our species. Fiat U.S.debt is outside of our species. That's why we remove the contracts from the stuff. And then we say, okay, now we'll make this stuff fungible. Remove the contracts from the stuff. And make the stuff fungible. So that's why they kept pointing to the church saying, make sure those blacks go to the church. And we're not mad at the church, we're not mad at Christians, but because they were saying maybe one day they'll read this book and know what it's really saying. And our final brief topic, I'll put these links in the chat. There are so many more. I'm just so excited for us. There are so many videos that are coming out in favor of the Moors. That is just amazing, amazing, and just super amazing. I'll put links to them in the chat. There are those who are claiming their indigenous status. They know they're indigenous. That's a start. That's a good place to be. Some of these videos are like 30 seconds long. They're shorts. They're super short. But there are people who are, every word that we have stated by way of this Congress, Moors, every word we've stated is manifesting right now. And here's the final set of links. Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom from this great and amazing Congress? Any other questions, comments, wisdom? Islam. Islam nobility.
Yes. I wanted to thank everybody on the call. I said my HP laptop went down.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just laid down, went to sleep the night before, and I had a dream that my screen came back on. And I woke up this morning and hit the power button, the screen just popped right back on. So I don't know. I must have had a lot of energy to make that screen go off. It was the last about a week ago.
Yeah.
And I had just got the information from you about the bank and
yeah.
And I said, yes, that's why I needed that. I needed that but it was on the HP, and it didn't show up. My screen didn't come on the next day. I shut it down right and everything, but I'm letting you know it came back on. I'm gonna look for the what you showed me how to get to.
Yes. Beautiful.
I got everything you did tonight.
Beautiful. We're so grateful that you have everything. Nobility is important. It's important. Islam. Yes, indeed. Islam. Thank you for that update, Nobility. It's necessary that we know that our energy works.
That's right.
Yeah, Islam. That whole computer thing, my computers were acting weird the last week as well, and all I did was just clean one of them off and do some energy work, and they're working fine. With that being stated, if there's nothing further from this Congress, we will adjourn until Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heiress, Islam.
Peace and grand rising.
Peace and grand rising, Islam.
Peace and grand rising.
Peace and
Islam. Justice Johnny, are you available? I don't know if he's still on.
Peace and grand rising.
Islam. Indeed, Islam.
Peace and grand rising.
Islam.
Peace and grand rising.
Islam, Empress. And we will adjourn in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.